Columbus, Georgia. This is your city council. Mayor, Skip Henderson, Byron Hickey, District 1. Glenn Davis, District 2, Bruce Huff. District 3, Toya Tucker. District 4, Charmaine Crabb. District 5, Gary Allen. District 6, Joanne Kogel. District 7, Walker Garrett. District 8, John Anker. District 9, At-Large Council, Travis Chambers. District 10, At-Large Council, Lindsay McLemore, Clerk of Council, and City Attorney Clifton Fay. Columbus, Georgia. This is your city council.
Welcome and good evening to the May 27th City Council meeting. We're glad to have you with us. A little bad weather outside, but we appreciate you braving it to join us this evening. We'll begin as we always do, and it's by asking for God's presence over these proceedings. Very pleased to call to the podium Sergeant Angela Florence with Columbus Police Department. Welcome, Sergeant. If you would hit the button, and you can. All right, is there a button? There we go.
Good evening, everyone. Let's go to our Father in prayer. Heavenly Father, today we thank you. Thank you for each and every one that's here today, Father. Thank you for our mayor, our city manager, our council members, and all those that are represented today, Father, who dedicate their lives for community service. Father, we pray that you open our hearts, our minds, give us discernment so that we can make great choices for the citizens of Columbus. Illuminate our hearts, our minds, so that the things that are made, the decisions that are made are just, fair, and beneficial for all. We thank you. We give you all the glory. In your Son, in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Sergeant Florence. All right, if you would, please stand and join me in a pledge to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. It always seems to mean a little bit more saluting the flag on the heels of Memorial Day. We hope everybody had a enjoyable, safe Memorial Day weekend, but we hope you paused at some point during that weekend and gave thanks to those soldiers that committed their lives and lost their lives in defense of our country. All right, first order of business is to approve the minutes from May 13th. All right, there's a motion and a second to approve those minutes. Would anybody like them, any questions associated with them? All right, hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? All right, minutes are approved. We have a presentation on my agenda tonight that Councilor Davis had asked us to give a CCG pension plan update. We've asked Chuck Carr, our actuary, to be with us tonight. Chuck, welcome. Thank you for braving this weather, man. Yeah. Where do you want me? You can go to that one right there in the middle.
Okay. Let me get these two files here. Yeah, I was trying to get here early, and it took me about 3 hours to get here from the other side of Atlanta. Oh,
you know, if you've got some presentation, you might want to come
over here.
I'm
okay.
Sorry. If you'll turn that button on for me, I'll get it turned on. Ready? Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think Angelica put the 2 pages from, is it up there? I've been told it's coming. It's just 2 slides, and it's just the summary page from Okay, there we go, okay. Perfect, thank you. All right. Well, let's start with, let's see, this is, okay, it looks like public safety is the one that's up here. So, as you know, I'm the actuary for the city of Columbus, and I'm here this evening just to give you a very quick overview of the required contribution for the pension funds. There's two separate funds. There's one for the general employees and one for public safety. Since public safety is the one that came up first, that's the one I'll start with. What we do is we do what we call an actuarial evaluation each year, which involves making a lot of assumptions about what will happen in the future. We do these, prepare these valuations every July 1st, and it's the valuation that we do. In this case, it was prepared as of July 1, 2024, but those numbers are used to determine what the required contribution is, not for the current 24-25 fiscal year, but for the next following fiscal year. So in this case, the 24 valuation determined the contribution requirement for the 25-26 fiscal year. So for public safety, just to give you the specific numbers, and it is up on the screen, it's really small, and if you have better eyes than I do, you can probably see it. Otherwise, it's going to be a little hard to see. But our required contribution in total for the plan for the FY 25-26 is $12.25 million. That's in total. That is actually down just a little bit from the current year funding requirement, which is $12.33 million. Now, almost all of the public safety contribution does come from the city. There's a very, very small amount that comes from the airport, and that amount for next year will be $61,265. So that leaves a little over $12.19 million as a required contribution from the city for public safety again. For the general employees plan, again, we develop a contribution based on a July 1, 24 valuation, and that valuation determines the contribution for the 25-26 fiscal year. So let me see if I can, there we go. So for the general plan, the dollars are lower in total, and that's just because in part because the benefits under the two plans are different. For example, public safety has an earlier retirement age available, not surprisingly, for police officers and firefighters. They have an earlier normal retirement age and so forth than the general employee plan, and so that makes the plan cost more than for the general employees. So for the general plan, again, the total required contribution for 25-26 will be just under $7.67 million. In this case, though, the contribution is spread over 4 different contributing entities. There's the city, which is, of course, has the biggest share. For the city, the required contribution for next year will be a little over $5.3 million. The airport's share is $131,000. Again, a very small part of it for the airport. Muskogee Manor, which is the hospital authority, $683,000 for next year. And then finally, the waterworks, which is the other sort of major contributing entity, is almost $1.55 million for next year. Just to point out the difference between the contribution between this year and next year, back on public safety, the current year contribution, as I said, was $12.33 million, and it's dropping to $12.25 million, so that's about an $80,000 drop in the contribution requirement from this year to next year for public safety. On the general plan, though, we've had an increase in the contribution requirement. So for the current year, the total funding requirement for general was $6.17 million. For next year, as I said before, it will be almost $7.67 in total, with the city's share of that being $5.3 million. Did you guys have any specific questions? I could just, bore you to death with all kinds of actuarial statistics about the plans and so forth. So my main thing was just to give you a highlight, but did you have any questions for me or anything specifically that you wanted me to address related to the pension plans or the required contribution?
Any questions for Chuck? He's just sharing a couple of very high-level slides with you. If you have any questions about anything in particular, I think you can ask him, and he ought to be able to.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I'm open for questions, whatever you want to ask. No, just the two. We just did the two. These are just from the report.
All right, Counselor Davis.
Yeah, Mr. Carr, thank you for coming, and
Yes, sir.
I think you've been with the city for quite a while.
Yes, sir.
definitely as long as I've been here. And I want to go back to some days. I think you remember after the Great Recession and on after that, some of the struggles we had as a city with our pension plan, with our health care plan. We were running at deficits back then. Matter of fact, there were some years that it was a extremely concerning matter, you know, when the economy went south. But we've recovered, and actually, I think the plan is doing quite well. I've been keeping track. We get all the minutes of the pension meetings, and I see your comments quite often where you talk about the health of the pension plan and how good a shape that we're in compared to other cities and municipalities, and that we're doing quite well. I think the management of the pension fund has done well, and as far as from the investment side, and the percentage of growth in that fund has been, I think, considered, based on the minutes I've read, that it's doing well and they're producing, and I think the committee's been quite pleased with that.
Yeah.
I want to focus a little bit more on a couple things here. Normally what happens with these countries, the money when it's contributed from the city or the employees, when they make those contributions, they come out of their paychecks, I guess. Well, that comes through finance. I'm assuming it comes through finance.
The payroll system, I would assume, yes, sir.
Payroll, and then sent straight to the fund manager or to the account, the pension fund. Am I right on that?
Right, it would go, I don't get involved in the actual finances of it, but yes, my assumption is the contributions are probably put into, typically they go into some type of a holding account, but then.
Let's just say normally that's how it would be.
Right, and ultimately it gets invested, you know, because the pension fund has cash needs. So typically, the contributions go into an account where, you know, they're making the retiree payments and so forth, those cash payments and paying the expenses of the plan. Then if there's money left over,
Right.
it goes into the
And
investment.
then the plan on the retiree payment, does the plan have the administration to do the payouts to the retirees? Does that come straight from out of the plan, out of the?
It's
out of
paid from the
pension fund?
plan, yes, sir. It's paid out of the trust fund. So there's, like I said, there's typically basically a checking account. It's a cash account.
Yeah.
From which the expenses of the plan, including the retiree benefit payments, are made. Contributions go into it. For some funds, and I have to go back and look and see where we stand here, but for some funds, the contributions are enough to cover the outflow, so you end up with extra money from time to time that then gets put over on the investment side. In other cases, or for certain periods of time, you know, the contributions might be less than the cash needs, in which case they would draw from the investments. And like I said, I don't manage the money, but the investment account, you know, if there's a need to get cash from that, then the authority with the city, whoever's managing that would contact, I think it's probably the finance department, would contact the investment manager and, you know, say, hey, we need X dollars or whatever to move over into the cash
And what would
account.
normally be those situations where
It just depends on
they would need to draw to get cash out of the
Right,
fund?
it just depends on the cash flows. You know, sometimes contributions don't come in evenly. Let me see if I can give you for the general plan, because it is in the report. We don't have it up on the slide, but let me just quickly see if I can get to it. Here we go. So for the general employee plan, just as an example, the employer contributions in total, and again, this would be from all four contributing entities, this would be for 23-24, which is the latest information I have for that year that closed out, was $5.688 million. Let's just say $5.69 million from the employers collectively. The employees contributed $5.46 million. So put those two together, you got about $11 million plus of contributions coming in. As far as expenses go, the monthly retiree payments was $14.83 million. So that's obviously more than the 11 million plus. There was 1.78 million of contribution refunds. This is for employees who leave the employment with the city or one of the contributing entities before they're vested, before they have a right to their pension, or in some cases they may be vested but may choose to just withdraw their own employee contributions. They always have that right to take their money out of the plan when they leave employment and go on, you know, they can roll it over into another plan or an IRA or what have you. So that was 1.78 million for last year. Then the expenses are very small, and that's mainly because I think the city itself pays most of the expenses of the plan. So the non-investment expenses was less than $5,000, so that's really negligible. So it looks like we paid out about probably around 16.5 million in benefit payments, as it were, and then we took in about 11 million plus. So there is a draw for that's the general government plan. I give you the same numbers if you're interested for the public safety, but that's, so in this case, I would assume, and I don't know if it's done quarterly, because again, I don't manage the plan itself, the day-to-day operations, but periodically at least, I would assume it's finance, and Angela can wherever she's nodding her head, so the finance department would, as needed, contact the investment folks and say, hey, we need to draw $1 million or whatever it is, to meet our payment obligation. And so that's kind of the process.
And the payment obligations would be what now?
Again, retiree benefit payments mostly. The retirees for last year was, like I said, $14.78 million, plus another 1.78.
So does the city pay those checks out, or does the administrator of the fund?
The plan administrator, which the city actually does administer the pension funds, they have some administrative software and so forth, obviously, but I believe there's a department within the city. I think it's under HR, right? So under Human Resources, there's a department with just a couple of people who deal with this, and they actually, there's a custodian of assets, so it's actually the bank that writes the checks or makes the deposits.
So the revenue
retirees.
comes from the city when they make their contributions, and the employees when they make their contributions.
Yes, sir.
And then goes into the fund.
It goes into this account.
And then the fund administrator will pay out to all
Pays the
the
bills, so to speak.
retirees.
Yes, sir.
And then there may be some bills coming back to the city, did you say, to Human Resources?
Well, my understanding is that most of the non-investment expenses, just for example, the actuarial fee, the legal fees or things like that the
Right.
fund may have, that those are paid, I believe, directly by the city in most cases, maybe not in every case, but a lot of
And they
times.
would come out of the fund.
Right.
Okay.
So it depends.
Okay, so you've seen a lot of these funds. I mean, it looks to me like this fund is doing quite well as far
Yes.
as the interest it's drawing. The fund manager, their portfolio manager is doing quite well, and it's averaging, what is it averaging on the last 5? What you got up here, is this current or is this quarterly?
This, what's on the screen is from the July 1, 24 report, so this is a projection. There's a lot of different tables in that report, and one of them is a 10-year history, but I think what you're asking
Well, the
about.
fund about current, is that based on the last quarter or this quarter?
I'm not understanding your question.
The total amount in the fund.
Oh, the total amount in the fund?
Yes.
That would have been as of July, 1 of last year.
Okay, so it's
Yeah.
last year.
Right, but I can tell you that for the
So
10-year.
we don't know what that number is right now.
Someone here may know it. I don't have it. I get the numbers updated
So
once a
this
year
is
as of
from
each
last
June
year.
30th. This would be the last actual evaluation, which is July 1 of last year, yeah. But our average return for 10 years, the 10-year period ending June 30th of last year was 6.92%. That was our overall 10-year average annual return. 6.92% per year. That was the average annual return for the 10-year period ending June 30th of 24.
And
That
what
was
do
for
you,
general
what do you
government.
see mostly with other cities and municipalities? What are they drawing as far as
Very,
performance
very,
on their investments?
very similar. I mean, I'm not an investment consultant, so I can't give investment advice as far as, whether.
No, but you see the numbers, right?
I do.
Okay.
Your returns fall pretty much within certainly the normal range of what I see. I work with a lot of different public sector funds. In fact, I primarily work with public sector funds. So most of my funds operate on an October 1 fiscal year as opposed to July 1. So I see most of the returns I see are through September 30th of each year, as opposed to June 30th. So I don't have a lot of clients that have a July 1 fiscal year. But, as far as I know, that's right in the, everybody had a bad year back in 21, 22. It was actually a negative return. It was just a question of how negative were you. And that has really brought down that average return. If you look at out of the last 4 years, for example, and again, this is the general government part, and I'll just go backwards. Last year's return was 13%, just over, a little over 11% the year prior. We then had a negative 11.5% almost in 21, 22, but then we had a 26+% return in 2021.
So it's recovered after COVID, it's recovered.
Right, right.
Right.
And so for, for 3 of the last 4 years, the plan had double-digit returns.
Yeah.
But you had that, one bad year and it can mess you up. So, like I said, so the average from the last 5 years, if I just looking at it, would be probably something bigger than the 6.92%.
And normally that would be a national matter, it's just a bad market for that year.
It's the world
Economy.
we live in. Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mayor, I would like to get the current balance on that if we can, of this fund. So I've been reading all the minutes, and you're extremely congratulatory of how the pension fund has been ran, and the health and the maintenance and all those things of the fund. I mean, that's what I'm reading is, in your words, the fund is operating extremely well and is healthy.
Yes, sir. And certainly compared to some of the other clients I have, I work with some of the major cities in the Southeast. And Columbus, just from my perspective, kind of historically, has always kind of stepped up to the plate. We've always tried to lean just a little conservative in how we value the plan. That's a crucial point, because you have some cities out there that historically, at least, valued the plan using rather liberal assumptions, meaning their projections were very rosy. And what happens when you do that, and if you do it for enough years, it suppresses the contributions during those years. The contribution requirement is lower, which is why it can be a popular thing for some, officials or politicians, whatever. Just, hey, I'm not worried about 20 years from now. Give me a lower contribution, this year and next year. And so a good actuary who's worth anything can change assumptions and come up with a lower number or a higher number, depending. Because all of these actuarial numbers are projections, and they're driven in large part by things like our projected investment return, because that's a crucial, component of the whole thing. Columbus, again, just by my observation compared to some of the other cities I work with, Columbus has always leaned a little conservative. Mm-hmm. The city has always stepped up to the plate. When I was hired, and it has been some years ago, I don't remember exactly when, but it's been a while. But I remember when I was hired, I kind of came in and upset the apple cart a little bit, because I did change some things in how we were valuing the plan. And we ramped up the funding, because the city back then, and I think you were alluding to this earlier, had a fair amount of unfunded past service liability, which we don't like to see. And we've been dealing with that. And so.
Right, we had, no, that's what I was saying, we had deficits both in the pension fund and the health.
Right.
Health
Yes,
insurance plan. Now, outside of black swan event or anything like that in the country, I mean, everything, everybody's gonna feel it if that happens. But normally, pension funds, you've got a parameter that you can manage it within a 2-year, 3-year frame if you need to. Is that an accurate statement?
Yeah, I always say pension funds are kind of like piloting a ship across the ocean. You can't see the specific port that you're trying to get to, because it's way beyond the horizon, but every year you get blown a little off course one way or the other. And so we do these actuarial evaluations each year to try to, correct the course of the ship. But they're very long-term propositions. You're not going to live or die by the funding in any 1 or 2 years. It's a very, very long-term proposition. I always say that, investment folks typically, and again, I'm not an investment professional, but from what I hear, they'll typically look at what's the next 5 or 10 years, or maybe 15. When they talk long-term, they're usually talking about 10, 15 years. When an actuary talks long-term, we're talking about 30 to 50 years. We're talking about very, very long-term. And so you typically, it's very rare that with a pension fund, you kind of have some emergency situation where, we're going to live. Health plans are very different. Health plans, you can sort of live or die from year to year. You have enough large claims in 1 year that are not expected, that can kill your health fund and so forth. So health plans are much more immediate type situation, but for pensions, they're very long-term propositions.
And they're ran in such a way, whether in the corporate sector or municipalities, that, the entity could contribute at any time or make a contribution to cover those gaps, if you have any gaps, right?
If you have a gap, right.
Okay, so we at one time, and the purpose of doing it and doing it to an extreme from the employee contributions. I think at the time we did, the current employees, if they were already employed by the government, they pay in 6%, but any employee after that pays 8%.
Yes, sir.
And usually that's after taxes and everything else come out. I'm pretty sure that then the contributions come out as well.
I believe the contributions come out on a pre-tax basis. Am I right about that for this group? Yeah, so the contributions here actually are on a pre-tax basis, meaning they come out off the top, and the employees are not taxed on the contribution portion of their paycheck.
Okay. So we've been talking about this for several years, and, you know, there's a few of us that feel like there's stability in the fund right now, and that we feel good about it, and that we've talked about the potential of reducing those contributions.
Yes, sir.
And like I said, I read the minutes of the meetings all the time, and, you know, I've always felt comfortable, even if it's 1% or 2%, just being able to put more money back in the employees' pockets in this situation. If the plan is producing, then why wouldn't we do that? And with the understanding that if we get to a point that we need to rebuild up the plan or it's falling short, you can always go back to those percentages. And I think the employees will follow you with that.
Yeah.
And I think they would understand that. Or the employer could make a contribution to cover that gap.
Yeah.
And then it just keeps the stability of
Yes,
the
sir.
pension fund.
And what you're describing is right. We have effectively, we don't calculate it exactly like this, but effectively, we have a total funding requirement each year, and that funding is shared between the city and the employees. So if we said, let's reduce the employee contribution rate by 2%, then that 2% will automatically have to be picked up by the city. In other words, we have a certain minimum level of funding, unless we change something else. We have a certain minimum amount of funding that needs to come into the plan each year from an actuarial perspective to keep it healthy and keep us on the right track. So any dollar that's not paid by the employees would then need to be paid by the city or one of the other contributing entities. One of the things, since you brought up the employee contribution rate, I have pointed this out, I'm pretty sure, and maybe not in this last year's meeting, but in the past I have pointed out that your newer employees, especially the younger employees, are over contributing. And when I say they're over contributing, what I mean by that is the younger employees especially are not really receiving a benefit from the city when you talk about pension, because their contribution more than pays for their own benefit. And so when you look at you know, from a competitive standpoint, you know, I don't get involved in, I mean, my job is supposed to be very focused on just the pension and so forth, but, you know, I still live in the world. I work with a lot of different cities. And I do think when you look at a competitive standpoint and you look at that kind of a situation, the contribution rate on the newer employees, you know, the ones that weren't grandfathered at the lower rate,
Right.
it probably is too high from the perspective of you know, what they're getting. And so I've pointed this out from time to time when I've met with the pension board. It's something, and we even talked about it, I believe, going back a number of years ago when we went through the pension reform process, and when that idea of let's have a higher contribution for the new employees from this point forward, I discussed that. In fact, I believe we had some meetings, informational type meetings where we
Well,
discussed
and
it.
just hearing you, I mean, even if you reduce both sides by 1%, it still balances based on what you're saying.
Well, again, there's a funding requirement that's in place.
No,
So-
I understand that.
So if we reduce the employees by 2%, or let's say the employees that are at the high rate, if we reduce them by 2%, that wouldn't, of course, be everybody, then the city would have to pick up that difference.
No, I understand
whatever the
that, but
dollars are.
you made the comment that the newer employees are paying in too much. So I'm just.
Compared to what they're getting, yes,
I'm
sir.
just calculating, if I was to lower that 2%, I could do it that way, or I could just lower it 1% on both sides. It's still a wash, right? I mean, it comes out
Well,
as
when you
a-
say 1% on both sides, and I may just not be following your question. So if you think of the contributions each year as this is the amount we have to have, you know, let's say $11 million just for simplicity's sake. So of that $11 million, right now in very rough terms, it's split about 50-50 between the city and employees. So if you said, well, we'll reduce the employees by 2% of their pay, then whatever that shortfall is, it's gonna be added to the cities, because
Right.
we still need to get that 11 million in total.
Right, the city can make a contribution.
The city can make the extra
And when you're
contribution.
talking about 1%, what would that number be?
Let's see, I can probably tell you that in a jiffy. It'll be different, of course, for general versus, public safety. For general employees, let me see if I see the payroll number quickly. Hold on, let me look somewhere else. Oh, okay. $1.2 million. Was that for just general or for public safety? Oh, for both, okay, good. So for both public safety and general, it was about $1.2 million
1%.
for 1%, yes,
Okay.
sir. So that means,
So-
like, again, just so everybody understands, if you said we're gonna reduce the employee contribution rate by that 1% across the board, general and public safety, for each year we do that, it's gonna add about $1.2 million to what the city has to contribute.
And I'm gonna focus on one area, and my colleagues may have some questions, but I want to focus on that margin. You told me that we are very conservative in
Well, we
managing
lean a
the
little
plan.
conservative. I wouldn't describe it as very conservative, but I would say we lean a little bit
To
conservative.
the
in our-
conservative side.
Yes, how
And
we
you-
value the
You
plan.
said that when you're doing your work, the actuarial work, it's not, I don't think it's, how can I say this, finite or defined. You usually operate between a margin, which is
Absolutely,
the low and
absolutely.
then the max, right?
That's right.
And
Yep.
probably that contribution is somewhere in there. What I'm taking it is you're more on the max
We lean a little
side.
bit.
It's
Yes,
what-
sir.
what I hear you
That's right.
saying.
We lean towards that. One of the things, just so everybody in the room kind of has some concept of what I do as an actuary, we're all, I think, fairly familiar with real estate appraisers. You know, if you were standing on a street corner and pointing to a building across the street, you ask a real estate appraiser, what is that building worth today? That in and of itself can be a iffy question to answer, right? Because there's a lot of factors go into it. What I, as the actuary, am trying to do, I'm trying to tell you what that building, or in this case, the pension plan, is going to be worth 30 or 40 or 50 years from now, and which is an even iffier situation.
Right.
So it's a prediction is what it is, and that's why we do the valuations each year is we know we're not going to be exactly right, but hopefully over time, as experience unfolds, most of the experience comes from the investment side, you know, where we're either earning more or less than we anticipate, but as that experience unfolds, then the contribution amount levels react to that. Some years they go up, sometimes they go down, but we adjust to try to keep us on target. And that's in a nutshell what we're doing.
Okay. Well, you've always, I've had the greatest respect for you when you come and talk to us. A few times,
sir.
but every time you shoot straight.
Yeah, it's been
I
a
mean,
while
I
since
can
I've been
tell,
here. I
yeah.
think before
You
COVID,
just
since
put it
I was
out
here, but
there.
yeah.
I mean, just straightforward, so I appreciate that. Thank you
Yes,
for
sir.
coming down and spending some time with us.
Yes, sir. Glad to be here. Did you guys have any other questions
Yeah,
for me?
we do, Chuck. Counselor Tucker.
Yes, thank you. I did want to ask if you could get this presentation to our clerk or council, because our citizens look at, I'm saying after the meeting, look at it, and that was one of the questions, was that it wasn't a presentation available, even though it's just two
Yeah.
slides.
And these two slides, this is a page each from the annual actuarial report, which is probably 40, 50 pages long. So, and the city actually has that, I believe, as a PDF. I think we sent it both as a PDF and as bound reports. So that the city does have all that, and of course, it's public information. The whole report is public information. So, you know, you could choose to like post that on a city website, the whole report, or pieces of it, or, you know, whatever you guys feel like is appropriate thing to do. But yeah, it's all public information, and the city has it.
But definitely, between our clerk to get that on our complete agenda, because we make sure that we put everything, out there for the citizens.
Yes, ma'am.
I did have a question. So I think you said 23, 24, it was about a 14.83 mil for the pension plan?
Yeah, that was for the general government pension payouts. That was the
Pension.
monthly pension checks. Let me give you the number, just since we're talking about, let me give you the public safety number as well. So the number on public safety for pension checks for the 23-24 year was 20.635 million. So I'm just gonna round that to 20.64 million. So between the two plans, you're looking at about over 30, you know, over $36 million for the 23-24 fiscal year, just for those monthly benefit payments to retirees. These plans are obviously very old, so I mean, we have a lot of retirees Plan's been around for a long time, so we have a number of people receiving benefit checks.
All right, so about 36 million total,
Yes, ma'am.
annually. How does that process work? I know you're the numbers person, but just I'm gonna say the life of a dollar. So the individual, I'm gonna say, because he's a retiree, Mr. Hickey here, he had put in pension funds.
Yep.
And now he's getting paid retirement.
Right.
How does the payment flow to the employees?
And when you say payment, you mean like the benefit
The
payment
benefit
ultimately?
payment.
So.
I mean, in reference to this $36 million.
Right. So what happens is when someone's ready to retire, obviously while they're working here, they're paying in with every paycheck. They're getting a deduction from their pay, from what would otherwise be in their paycheck. Again, it's done on a pre-tax basis, so they're not paying taxes on it as it's being deducted. But they, for a minute, however many years they're here, they have that deduction. That money goes into the pension fund, which is a large pooled fund, sort of like a big giant, 401k, if you will. And then when they're ready to retire, we have a formula, so their benefits based on an average of their final I think it's 3 years average pay, or is it 5? 5, okay. Here it's final 5-year average pay. I can't keep all this in my head. I work with too many different cities. So for you guys, it's their final 5 years average pay, which is usually the last 5. That's averaged, and then there's a pension formula that, the calculation's done by the retirement department here at the city. And that gives us a monthly benefit amount. Then they start drawing that. Now, there is always the guarantee that should they pass away before they draw enough retirement checks, they are guaranteed to recover the money they put into the plan themselves. So we do not ever permanently keep the money that they have paid in. So someone who passes away, maybe in those first few years after retirement, their beneficiary likely will get a refund of whatever is remaining of their employee contribution. So in other words, we're paying them their benefit back, and the first thing we're doing is we're paying back, what they've put in. Then if they, live long enough to recover all of their own contributions, then their benefit payments would be, coming from what the city had funded for. Also, when they retire, they have an option with their pension. They can either take it just for themselves for their lifetime. They can take a little bit less money and have a portion of their pension go to maybe a spouse or another beneficiary for the rest of their life, to the extent that person outlives them. So they can protect, a family member in that way. And typically it's a spouse, but it's not always. So there are options as to how they take that monthly pension benefit. And then, of course, as we were talking about earlier, it's paid out of the fund. The trust fund has an account, just literally like a bank account. That's a cash account, and those payments are made by whatever the bank custodian is for that money. They actually, and I think they're probably almost all these days done by electronic payment, but there's probably some people who still get a check. I don't know, but anyway, most of them certainly would be done electronically. So that's kind of the process of how someone, draws back their money that they put in.
So I'm gonna say the repository, the interest-bearing account, or whatever, where they keep all the money, that's where each individual payments are coming out of.
That's right.
It doesn't come to the city. Does it come to
No, ma'am.
an actual employee and they
No, ma'am.
withdraw the money and then
Nope.
write a check?
No,
or
the check comes with the bank custodian. Who is the custodian for the? Is there?
Well, just to clarify a little bit on the process, in terms of the payroll deductions, as Mr. Carr mentioned, that is handled. Payroll, of course, is processed through the finance department. And so all of those benefit payments that are due to the retirees are paid by the finance department. There is a pension bank account that is managed by the finance department. And so every month, as we receive those contributions from employees, as we receive those contributions from the various entities, to include the city, that goes into that bank account to cover those payments that come out of that bank account. In the event that we don't have enough cash in that bank account to cover the payments, we request and receive permission from the board to draw down from the investments of the plan to give us cash. so that we have cash on hand. So the withdrawals, as far as the investments, are approved by the pension board, and they authorize the finance department to send requests to the consultant to draw from the investments.
Okay. So it's a drawdown of
If we need
funds.
it.
If we need it. Do we do that on a monthly basis or
It's-
every pay period?
It's as needed. So sometimes it's not every month. Typically, what the board did for fiscal year '25 was they approved, based on historical trend, they approved withdrawal amount up to a certain dollar amount. And as we needed it throughout the fiscal year, we drew down.
Okay, what's that dollar amount?
It was 12 million.
12 million?
Mhm.
So we can do a $12 million drawdown at one time, or we break it up like
Well, we try to
monthly?
leave the funds invested so that they do earn.
Bear interest.
Right, so that
Okay.
they do earn some return, but it's just as needed. It's usually every other month or so that we'll actually need the cash, because as Chuck mentioned, we don't receive those cash contributions regularly.
Okay, so basically, you draw down, it comes through you, and then it goes through, did you say HR? Or no, it stays. Just explain, you the finance director, explain how to draw down and then how it get paid
Right.
to the
So every.
retirees.
Right, so there are a couple different ways that the pension bank account receives cash. There are cash contributions received from the outside entities such as the waterworks, the hospital authority, the airport. Those are usually made on a monthly basis. They'll send us their employee withholdings and their employer contribution via check. So when we receive those contributions, those funds are deposited into the bank account, the pension bank account that's managed by the finance department. Every 2 weeks, as part of the payroll process, there is a withdrawal, as Mr. Carr mentioned. There's a withdrawal that comes from the employees' paychecks. There's also a fringe, what we refer to as a fringe benefit, which represents the employer contribution for each pay period. So there's a certain amount each pay period that comes from employees. There's a certain amount each pay period that comes from the city. We, at the end of each pay period, we basically issue a check from the general operating funds to the pension fund and deposit that check into the pension fund to pay for and cover those benefit payments that Chuck mentioned that are due to retirees on a monthly basis.
All right, well, I think this was good since, I don't even think I ever had this, since you was here before COVID.
And just a couple points of clarification, the existing contribution for existing employees, meaning employees who were here prior to pension reform, is 4%. For
Okay.
all new employees, it's 8%. And in terms of what we currently have as far as the plan, we're just over $650 million. We have in planned assets for the pension plan, and the rate of return fiscal year to date is approximately 4.5%.
Thank you for that.
Thank
Thank you for
you.
updating that. She's involved with the day-to-day administration. I only look at this stuff once a year, so that's why I'm floundering a little bit with some of these questions.
Chuck, we've got another question. Counselor Travis Chambers?
Yes. So, quick question. Are part-time team members, are they eligible for the pension plan? No. Okay. So, quick question. 8% pension, it's kind of steep. And I'm thinking about first-time employees, their first job, or is there any way that we can consider having some flexibility, maybe up to 8%? And I think it'll be a good retention strategy for a lot of our team members, because, when they come to work, right off the top, 8% is gone.
That's right.
And until they can build their career path or growth, then they'll be able to increase maybe from 5% to 6%, then at some point, 8%. Is that an option?
It absolutely is an option, and just to remind everyone, the reason that we went from the 4 to the 8 was you have to go back in time. It was a different world we were living in back then when we did our pension reform. We had a fair amount of unfunded past service liability that we were trying to deal with. The plan was relatively expensive. We had ramped up what the city was having to contribute. And so the thought was that to try to keep from going backwards, if you will, with new employees, and I think there was a real effort made, not for current employees at that time, to keep them at that 4% and not increase it. So, you know, we looked at, I don't know, dozens and dozens, if not a couple of hundred different options with plan changes and all kinds of things back at that time. But what came out of all of that was that for new employees from that point forward, the contribution rate would be 8%. In the world that we lived in at that time, that was okay. But I to your point, and this is something I have sort of tried to remind everyone of from time to time, for this plan of benefits, an 8% employee contribution is on the high side, and it absolutely is not competitive with, in my opinion, with a lot of the other cities, and because there's still a number of cities that provide defined benefit, you know, these pension plans as opposed to just having a 401k type plan. So it's a really valuable plan to have, but you'd have to look long and hard to find, especially for general employees, to find a plan like this one with this level of benefits that's charging the employees, so to speak, 8%. And you're right, it is not competitive. So but you know, ultimately it's up to council to decide if the city can afford to pick up, 1 or 2% of that. I agree with you. And personally, I don't have a horse in the race, but I think that would be a very beneficial thing to do. We're in a different world today than we were even a few years ago. Pre-pandemic, we're in a world today where cities are fighting each other over police officers, firefighters, employees in general. It's a whole different ballgame now. And the city of Atlanta, I've worked with them for many, many years. I believe I'm correct in saying they were going down to South Florida trying to recruit police officers. Who ever heard of such a thing? They're trying to steal officers from neighboring cities and all this stuff. This is the world we're in right now. So if you're not competitive from a compensation overall, pension is just one piece of compensation. But if you're not competitive, it's going to make it very difficult for you as a city to, I would think, to attract and retain, the employees you need. So I would say yes, from my perspective as an actuary working with really a couple of hundred different pension funds around the Southeast, that 8% for this plan is a pretty high price for the employees to pay out of their paychecks for what they're getting. When we typically see that level of contributions, we're talking about plans that pay generally a much more generous level of benefits. A lot of times it is public safety plans that have a much higher level of benefits. So, I personally think it would be a great idea if the city can afford to do it, to do something to get that contribution rate down. But again, just as long as everybody understands, we bring that down, the city has to pick up that difference. The city and then the other contributing entities, of course, proportionally would have to pick up that difference.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilor Hickey?
Mr. Carter, thank you for coming.
Yes, sir.
A real quick question. I think you said earlier that, that the payouts, the drawdowns are for payouts. Is there any other reason why there would be a drawdown other than for payouts?
No, sir. The money is in trust. So this is, pension funds operate a little bit differently than maybe like a health fund. Pension funds are not an asset of the city. It is not a pool of money that the city could tap into, so to speak. That money is in trust. It's no different than if you had an aunt who died and left you, $2 million in trust. That money is pegged for the people who participate in the plan, the retirees, the current employees who've been paying in, and that money can only legally be used for benefits for those individuals. So once that contribution is made by the city, it cannot be given back to the city in any way, shape, or form. So the trust fund itself is protected in that sense. It's only for the employees and the retirees' benefit.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir.
Councilor Davis?
What did you say the 2024 number was again on the value of the fund?
From the one in these reports.
Was
Hold
there
on.
one on was there one on the slide?
I
previous
think
slide?
the actuarial value is up there, but let me give you the market value. Bear with me just a second. I just have to flip back a couple of pages. So as of July 1, 24, the total market value of the trust was about, well, between the general and the public safety pension, it was about 334 million. Now, there's a very small amount of money, it's not a lot, that is in what we call the death benefit plan, and we have a disability plan. Those are technically two separate plans. They're very, very small. So let's just say about maybe 340 million plus was as of July 1 of last year. And then what was the
What was
latest
the
number?
650 million just stated?
Over 650 now? Yeah.
Right. So, and you have to add these too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not adding.
Oh, I'm
these.
sorry. I said 300.
Okay,
600, I'm sorry, 600, about 635 million.
Right.
Yeah,
That was 24?
That was 24.
adding them ahead.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, we didn't have a $300 million.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I was so
yeah.
focused on the 7 and the 27 million and adding that together, and they're each 300 million plus. So yes, you're right, 635
Well,
million.
you
yeah.
caught my attention on that. But anyway,
That would
you
have been
know,
a heck of a return.
let me just finish by saying, I'm gonna ask you a question. I came here tonight thinking that, to talk about this pension fund. I remember when you came in, city was running at a deficit, an extreme one. We were trying to recover. The pension plan wasn't in good shape.
Right.
But we took measures, and somewhat drastic measures, as you stated, to
Yes,
get
sir.
to where we're at today. I feel like we accomplished that goal and that we're running on all 12 cylinders. Would that be a good assumption to just finish this conversation on?
Yeah, I wouldn't say we've completely accomplished the goal, but we've certainly gone the majority of the way to that. It's, as I said a minute ago, I think to the extent that you're able to reduce that employee contribution rate, I think that's the fair thing to do. And the reason, I look at it from the perspective of what is that employee who's paying 8%, what are they getting for that? As opposed to if they're working for the city of Atlanta or working for the city of Montgomery or Macon or wherever. And they're really not getting the bang for their buck that they could get in other places. Now, that's just the pension, and maybe the health benefits are out of this world and other things, make up for that. I only look at the pension itself.
Right.
But to the extent that the city can afford to reduce that, I think that would be a good thing to do, for sure.
Well, and Mayor, I guess you're the chair of the pension committee. I'd like to give Mr. Carr some extra work. Would you go back and run some models? Can I ask him to go back and run some models?
Absolutely.
On what we're talking about, this conversation, on what we can look at that would, in your mind, that would work or be perceivable or ideal?
Yeah.
Or based on some of the conversation that we're having tonight?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I really
And-
think in this environment, the environment we're in, anything we can do for our employees can help.
Yes, sir. And what I would suggest, how often does the pension board itself meet? Is it monthly? Monthly? So one suggestion I would have, because I'm a huge believer in having input, but the pension board, which does have employee representatives, public safety, general, and so forth, that's a good body for me to meet with, maybe at their next meeting or in the next few weeks. And let the pension board and me, let us kind of collectively come up with some ideas. Because that way also you're getting input from some of the employees. You've got employee representatives on that board that can voice, what's important to them. Because, I can stand here and think something's important, but maybe to the cop out on the street, that may not be what he or she is looking for, So I think if we did that if it's okay with you, if I come back and meet with the pension board maybe, and then we sort of brainstorm and come up with some ideas.
And I don't mind going down that path. Ultimately, I believe the approval or the authority lies within the council to make changes.
It does,
But
absolutely, absolutely.
I'd like to see those models. And
Yes, sir.
based on I don't go to these meetings.
Right.
And I just look at the minutes and I see, mainly I follow your comments
Right.
because you're the guy that's keeping a good eye on things. So anyway, if you would, those models,
I'll be
I
glad
think
to.
would be.
I'll
good
get
for
with them, and
council members.
it's mainly because, there's 1,000 different things we could do to the plan as far as changing the benefits or whatever to benefit employees. So, just as a matter of, I don't like to waste my time and your money, as far as paying me to do stuff that nobody cares about. But the pension board, I think, and you can tell me if you agree or disagree, but I think that's a good venue for me to get their feedback. And I can certainly share with them, here are things that I see with other cities. Here are some areas where the Columbus plans either are or not maybe competitive with some of the other jurisdictions that I work with. And then we can come up with kind of a finite list of, here are some things that we think are important to look at, and then we can certainly bring that back to council for you guys to.
Yeah, if I could add, the pension board, actually, there are some retirees, and there are some personnel from the city of Columbus, but a lot of them are people who are in the community that have a sort of a specialized knowledge of trying to keep in the fund going. And so most of what they look at is making sure that it's solvent. They don't make any decisions on, or recommendations typically on how to change the way the basic structure is. If I'm not mistaken, I think they put together a committee probably, 12 years ago, 13, 14 years ago, Mayor Tomlinson, when they did the pay plan pension reform. And they did bring together a lot of the employees to try to get their answer, because Mr. Carr will be happy to take a look at every item, but he I hate to say it,
You can keep me-
he's
you
gonna
can keep me
charge for
employed.
every
Yes,
item
yes,
he
sir.
looks at. And we're getting a good value, but I think his suggestion is a good one, and that is try to get some of our employees, maybe get some of council to appoint somebody, and then let them begin to discuss about what is the most important to them, because we hear from one individual who has given us 4 or 5 different things from a public safety standpoint that they'd like us to work on. And you know, we've called Chuck with a few of these things, but I think if we go further, and I think you're right on point, we are in a pretty good shape with the pension fund. It does take more out of the general fund because we'll have to replace that money coming out. But I think putting together a group of our employees and allowing them to try to have some input, I think is a good idea.
Okay.
All right, any other questions? Chuck, again, with this weather and everything, thank you so much for
Yes,
driving
sir,
up. Thank you for what you do with the pension fund. You do a great job.
Thank you very much. I really enjoy working with the folks here at Columbus. I've worked with them a number of years. I don't know what number of years it is. It's been a long time. But anyway, I'm glad I was able to be here tonight. So, and you guys don't hesitate to contact me if anything else comes up. And then I guess Angelica and I will probably get together and we'll maybe, whether it's the pension board or a committee or whatever, maybe we can talk about that, about what we need to do next year. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
I guess, do you want me to turn this off? No,
We'll
just leave
get
it on?
Thank you.
Okay.
Next is the city attorney's agenda. The city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Got a short business agenda tonight. First item up, we need a vote on the alcohol regulations.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion of that item? All right, hearing none, if you put it on the screen, please, councilors, you can go ahead and enter your votes.
Passes.
All right, and that's approved.
Okay, next item, we got a first reading of a housekeeping ordinance requested by the fire chief, Scarpa. Don't know if he's here tonight, but this would, the definition of division chief positions, this would leave it at his total discretion instead of specifying any area of the department.
All right,
Anybody got a question?
no questions around the table.
All right, that's pretty simple. We'll vote on that then next week at the regular meeting on June the 3rd. I think that's the date, Ms. Clerk. Is that a 5:30 meeting? Okay. We'll bring that back next week. Then the one resolution we have, Mayor, is a resolution in support of recreational use of the farmer's market property at 318 10th Avenue and an agreement to pay the transaction costs for the Department of Natural Resources. And that's ready for a vote.
All right, there's a motion, a second to approve. Any discussion on that item? All right, if you would, put it on the screen. Councilors, you can enter your votes. Yes, Counselor Kogle?
Mr. City Attorney, I just wanted to take a second to thank you for all your hard work on that. That was not the easiest juggling of real estate that has happened in the city. So I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you, and I know that this is going to be a really beneficial thing for that footprint. So just wanted to publicly say thank you.
Thank you. We're glad to work on it. It's still a work in process, but if we get through these hoops and then, get the property leased back to Columbus where we can use it for recreational use, soccer and other purposes, hopefully it'll be positive in the long run, but appreciate that. And Mayor, we have a executive session request for real estate, potential litigation, and personnel. That's our agenda.
Okay. All right, we'll move to the public agenda, and I'll remind you that each individual will get 5 minutes, and I'll have to stop you right at the 5 minutes, but if you are unable to finish, you're allowed to come back at the end of the clerk's agenda for another 3 minutes. And you'll just come to the podium in the center, state your name and your address, and then we'll begin the timer. All right, first is Mr. Corbin McIntyre regarding free use of public spaces. All right, Mr. McIntyre is not here. Reverend Johnny Flakes regarding misrepresentation. That's fine. If you turn your light on, and I'll try to get you the mic turned on. Not yet. There. Okay, I think I got it. Well, it's not getting turned on. We need. Oh, I got you now. It was hidden. No, my time has, your time has not. There we go, finally.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, City Manager, and to the City Attorney, and to all of the counselors here, and also to the residents that are viewing tonight. I stand before this
State
evening.
your name, I'm sorry.
Oh, Johnny Flakes, I'm sorry, you're going to start it over, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, Johnny Flakes, P.O. Box 1591, Columbus, Georgia, 31901, President of the IMA. I stand before you this evening to speak to the misrepresentation by certain city councilors. For the state of clarity and understanding for all, let me give a simple, practical definition of misrepresentation. Misrepresentation is defined as the action or offense of giving a false or misleading account of the nature of something. Here are the concerns. It is concerning when some city councilor persons misrepresented and continue to perpetuate the narrative that $45.1 million is missing and unaccounted for, which was proven not to be true by external auditors. Some council persons misrepresented information to create false narratives to oust the former police chief by misusing a report submitted to them. Certain councilors weaponized it. Some city council persons misrepresented false narratives to attack the external audits and auditors, trying to again misrepresent the very external audits that validated what certain councilors said about $45.1 million missing. The external audits proved again it was not true. However, certain counselors misrepresented the internal city auditor report as credible, accurate, and facts, but still have not called this still employed internal city auditor to appear before council to answer questions regarding the inaccurate, misleading information given to this day. Here's the optic. The ongoing misrepresentation have created a hostile, distrustful, and divisive council, which is not good for our city and not good for what others see throughout the state of Georgia. Now, while we have so many good things going on in our city, but it is the misrepresentation of certain counselors that keep the drama stirred up, and they want everybody to believe it's the people who see it for what it is and speak out about it to bring awareness to it. They misrepresent that we are really the problem. The misrepresentation and certain actions by certain counselors have caused serious concern for our city. Now, allow me to point out what should also be a major concern for all of us in Muskogee County. When we read about a certain council member who say the city government has a skin color problem, when you read about a councilor mischaracterize the city manager engaging in mafia-type action or behavior and mischaracterizing preachers as mafiosos, and preachers have no business speaking on baseball. Oh, by the way, we were not speaking on baseball, we were speaking on economic development for South Columbus, present and future. It is troubling to read about a city councilor who would question the qualification and credentials of Black city government employees, department heads, but then trust the white city government department head employee, and calling into question hiring those who are a part of the Divine Nine who attended HBCUs. It is troubling to read about a city councilor who used the wording of scheming to get rid of the city manager. What this counselor said is all troubling. The misrepresentations, the ideology of white supremacy statements, which comes across as downright racist. I know this makes many people uncomfortable. Yes, we all should be very uncomfortable with what you heard tonight. So uncomfortable that it will cause you to speak up and not remain silent. So tonight, we ask each counselor to let us know whether you agree, embrace this city councilor's ideology, statements, or not. We need to know where you stand. Silence give consent. Not speaking up against white supremacy ideology makes you complicit. So what say you? Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next is Ms. Angela White regarding integrity and consistency concerns in CCG and council members. State your name, please.
My name is Angela White, 3001 Williams Road, Columbus, Georgia, 31909. I would like to give the first minute of my 5 as a moment of silence for Nathan Smith and his family, if you guys all don't mind. Thank you for that, you guys. Initially, I started speaking at council in 2023. The first meeting I attended was the one where the audit into the Revenue Department was requested. I knew personally that there were issues with the Revenue Division. The issue of unbanked transactions completely made sense to me because I had fallen into one of the cracks in business license processing. I was aware that there was a problem. My second appearance at council was in July of 2024 to address penalties assessed against my 2024 alcohol license when I never received my 2023 license to renew it. Much conversation was had, and to no avail, the late fees assessed to my account were never returned. I was told that an ordinance would have to be passed in order for this to happen. It was clear that no accountability was going to be taken for the shortcomings of the finance office. However, there's evidence in this latest investigation that late fees were removed at the discretion of Revenue Department employees. Once again, I was aware there was a problem. The main reason that I asked to be added to the agenda is because I am extremely disappointed and frankly disturbed by the condition of our city. I read all 118 pages of that investigation, and it is embarrassing. We have years of issues in multiple departments within the consolidated government, and nothing has been done until hands were forced. But why? Why was it allowed? Why was it ignored? Why are only two people being held accountable for unrelated issues? Who is the party responsible? If I am unaware that my business is failing, can I blame others for its failure? And why are people afraid to voice their concerns? For so many finance department doors to be demanded to be left open all the time, it does not appear that people were welcome to walk through them. To quote one of my favorite movies, Remember the Titans, attitude reflects leadership. We should not be a city of fear-mongering and scare tactics. We should not be a city of racial division. We should, after all, we're a consolidated government. We should be unified, working together. We should be a city of progress and peace. We should live up to all the greatest city awards that we brag about online. We should be leading by example. We have systemic, long-running problems in some of our city service departments. We are expecting our counselors to choose the hard right versus the easy wrong. I am choosing the hard right by speaking tonight. Many of our counselors have chosen the hard right. Nathan Smith was choosing the hard right. Silence is extremely powerful. It can be deafening, it can invoke fear or anger, it can also create peace. Sometimes it is perceived as consent. We have some counselors that sit silent, but we don't know why. Your constituents did not elect you to be silent, they elected you to be their voice. To the counselors of Districts 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, and 9, thank you for being our voice. Thank you for choosing the hard right. To the counselors that have remained silent on this issue, I ask each of you, what is the position of those you represent? Make their voices heard. I will leave you tonight with a quote from Robert Nesta Marley. The greatness of a man is not in how much wealth he acquires, but in his integrity and his ability to affect those around him positively. Thank you.
Angela. Thank you, ma'am. All right. Next is Mr. Marvin Broadwater Sr. regarding front row seating at council meetings.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, Mr. City Manager, and Mr. City Attorney, and to all of the citizens watching this meeting over the airways. My name is Marvin Broadwater Sr. I reside in Columbus, Georgia, 31909. I pray all of you are well. I greet you in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Mr. Mayor, add me to the 3-minute list.
Yes, sir.
This presentation truly pains me tonight. Let me begin by saying I am neither an elected official or appointed to any position in the city government, which means I am Marvin Q. Public, a private citizen. It is not my intent to sound antagonistic tonight. However, I do believe issues need to be addressed. I have tried to live my life by helping others as Jesus did. But there were times even Jesus spoke the truth to power, as he did to the Pharisees and Pilate before his crucifixion. Just as I have tried to do everything in my power to help citizens since arriving here in July 2003. I have never interjected race into any speech or presentation I have ever presented until tonight. My father and mother taught me to try and find the good in everyone, regardless of how they treat you. I never thought I would be persecuted for my civil or social affiliation, or persecuted for the spiritual inspiration institution I attend, or even further, for sitting in the front row in the audience of this sacred hall. I know many of you are not aware of what I'm referring to. Let me read a passage from the recent released criminal investigation report from our sheriff's office while investigating our finance department. At the top of page 53, and I quote, "It appeared that these ministers were giving voice to a biased opinion due to the fact that their churches were not in the area in which they were touting responsibility. Mr. Marvin Broadwater, Fraternity Omega Psi Phi, Canaan Baptist Church, address 2835 Branton Woods Drive, Columbus, Georgia, East Urban Heights, was present as well and sat on the front row while each orator shared their agenda," unquote. In the past, I have arrived here as early as 3 hours before the start of this meeting, which almost assured that I would be able to sit in the front row, in the back row, any row I wanted to sit in. I still can't understand what my fraternity or my church has to do with a criminal investigation of the finance department. This passage took me back to an age of when I was 5, and I remember it very vividly. As my father and I walked down Broad Street in Camilla, Georgia, and a man spat in my father's face and said, "Get off the sidewalk, N-word." Or the time I was directed to drink hot, foul-tasting water from a dirty fountain, which was labeled as colored. The more I read this interview, the madder I became, as I felt that someone did not want me to belong after all I have given or done for this country or this city. I made it a point in my life never to use race as an excuse. To me, it has always been about right and wrong, period. And let me say this for the record. If someone is interviewing you and they ask a question about racism, please never ever laugh or snicker, because it is considered extremely disrespectful to those who have felt the brunt of segregation or racism, as this gesture may be interpreted as you not taking the question seriously. Maybe I am naive, or maybe it's just me trying to believe what my mother explained to me. There is good in everyone, son. You must be willing to find it. God knows I'm trying to find it in you, in each of you. Thank you for your attention. How many seconds I have?
10.
Thank you very much. I'll be back for the 3
Yes,
minutes,
sir.
Mr.
Thank
Mayor.
you.
Thank you.
Whoops, hang on just a second. All right, Mr. Lawrence, if you would state your name and your address, please, sir.
Mark Lawrence, 15 Richardson Court, Fortson, Georgia 31808. This month has been set aside as Mental Health Awareness Month. If you don't have a physician or someone that you check in with on a regular basis, please do so. if you feel like you're not being heard by those that need to hear you. Don't do anything drastic. I want to talk about, for just a few moments, staying focused on the future. First of all, I think I need to reintroduce myself to those who do not know me. My name is Reverend Mark Lawrence. I am an African-American born and raised in Columbus, Georgia, in the East Winton neighborhood, also referred to as the Dove. I am affiliated with no outside groups, gangs, or any criminal-minded people. I'm not a mafia affiliate, nor do I have a criminal organization that I hang or consent to. The term also is used generally to refer to people as hoodlums or hoods or people that's up to no good. I come in peace, pressing the fact that I come to go forward and not backwards. Brother Mayor, if I could, just for a few moments, just remember my childhood. I was raised in Winton. My mother had a cafe out there. And it was in the summer of 1971, July or early August, to my best recollection. There were 7 police officers who had been terminated for ripping the patches off their uniform. The SCLC came to Columbus to get some things straight and help the city move forward and not backwards. As a 10-year-old boy, I went with groups that my mother certified me to go with to protest peacefully. Went to the corner of Baldwin Street at the intersection of Lawyers Lane and Buena Vista Road as a 10-year-old boy and sat there while people say, I'm not gonna let you turn me around. That was my first introduction to standing for those that could not speak for themselves. I will remember this for the rest of my life. And I decided at a young age that I would be the one that would be a justice maker. I don't want to be like other people. So I speak up, and I didn't like the taste of biting my tongue when I served in the military. Couldn't say anything to injustice when I was served, and I bit my tongue, and one time my tongue was bleeding. I said I didn't like the taste of blood in my mouth, so therefore I would not bite my tongue anymore. So I decided to stand up for peace and justice. Just because you see me as somebody you think I am, get to know me. I want to help you move forward. I have no reason to see us as a group of people going backwards. I do not see the city of Columbus, even in the consolidation of our government, looking another way. Let's work together. Let's move forward. If you can't move forward, move out of the way. Someone will do your job justly and not with this discord or any other thing on their mind. Sometime we come before this city council. I just come because I'm a part of Organizations for Peace, IMA. That is the NAACP, and I come as Mark Lawrence. I want to let you know, this is not my first time talking to this organization, this group of people that serve this city. So let's act like we are moving forward. I remember in Jefferson County, Alabama, Birmingham to be exact, the county commissioners just weren't acting right. No preacher would stand with me. So I got a letter together and I wrote them. And I said very kind words. But the governor called me to his office because I sent him a letter. He said, Mr. Lawrence, where you come from? I told him from Columbus, Georgia. He said, you know what, Mr. Bob Riley to be exact. He said, you're very, very brave. He said, I heard that you work for the Department of Corrections. I said, I do, sir. And he, from that point, respected me. Every time I would see him, he saw something in me. I hope you see something. I want to move forward with you. I call you. I know I'm through.
Yes.
I'm going to be here for the next 3 minutes.
Yes, sir, Reverend
For
Lawrence.
the next time.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you. All right, next is Miss Catherine Tanner regarding the future of Columbus.
I attended Winton Elementary School all through my life. I grew up also on that side of town. And my father was the first county and city administrator. So I got, yeah, when you guys like, well, let's look at our yearbooks. This is a little different tonight. Mayor, city manager, respective members of the city council, fellow citizens of Columbus.
Ma'am, would you state your name? I'm sorry.
Kathy Tanner, and I live in Columbus, Georgia, and have all my life. Much of what I'm going to say today is taken in part from Barack Obama's inaugural speech. I pulled from it what I believe is relevant to the conditions of Columbus. Today, I stand before you with a message I believe speaks not only to our moment, but also to our duty as citizens of this community. The challenges we face are real. They are serious. There are many. They will not be resolved easily, nor will they disappear overnight. But I know they will be met with the courage and tenacity shared by many of our citizens, like you all and the many who are here tonight and the many more that didn't make it because of the weather. We are the city that has always chosen hope over fear and unity of purpose over conflict and division. For almost 200 years, this is how the people of Columbus have moved us collectively forward as a community. And we desperately need that mindset now more than ever. I come here today to say publicly we need to end this era of petty grievances, hollow promises, outdated ideologies that stifle our progress and erode public trust. In reaffirming the greatness of Columbus, we must also remember that greatness is never granted, it is earned. Ours has never been the path for the timid or the complacent. It has always been built by risk takers and doers, those who dare to build, to lead, and to serve. Some may question the extent of this ambition, but they may not recall past accomplishments of the people of Columbus. From harnessing the power of the Chattahoochee, economic development, and now recreation and tourism, to bringing it to what would become a major Army training post in the 1920s, and now supporting the idea of taxing ourselves through SPLOS, we have a rich history of coming together so that our community can have better and be better. Some might not recognize the potential for achievement when citizens unite for a common goal. After years of coming before council, a group of women that refused to stop fighting the good fight had Columbus Animal Care and Control removed from under our city management to stop the senseless killings of those with no voice and no choice. We were their voice and affected change for the good. That is why reform is essential, and transparency is not merely a courtesy, but a fundamental duty for all of us, and especially for those managing public funds. There hasn't been an audit in the tax commissioner's office since 2008. That external audit is way past due. Schools in Muskogee County School District are audited every time a new principal comes in, period. Accountability is imperative, and it is crucial for restoring trust that must exist between the people and their government. Holding power through unethical practices and suppression is not acceptable. History will judge those actions. Legacy is not shaped by titles or terms, but through contributions to improving our city. The alternative path will not have a positive impact on the financial and moral health of our town. So I ask not whether our local government is plagued by corruption. The onion now is beyond humongous. But rather, who are the courageous among us that will help and are willing to do so? Today is an opportunity to make change, to once again come together as a community and act for the better of Columbus. This is who we are. This is not a moment of despair. It is a call to courage, a call to integrity, a call to act, not someday, but now. Words from Barack Obama. Thank you, Kathy Tanner.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Next is Ms. Ashley S. Williams regarding life.
Good evening, leaders. My name is Ashley Williams. I'm a born, raised, and current citizen of Columbus, Georgia. As many of you know, a lot has transpired in Columbus this past week and a half. A 118-page investigation into the Columbus City government was released, headed up by none other than the Muskogee County Sheriff's Office. How convenient. I have had several people warn me about how the ties between fraternity brothers and sorority sisters run deeper than blood. And as we know, Muskogee County Sheriff Greg Countryman is an Omega Psi Phi brothers with none other than you, City Manager Isaiah Hughley. But wait, out of more than 40 charges outlined
Ms.
in that
Williams,
investigation.
Ms. Williams, as you make your comments, make them to me, okay?
Is that a resolution? Is that a rule?
No,
Is
it's
that a
Robert's
law?
Rules of
Is that
Order. It's Robert's Rules of Order. I'm asking you to
Okay.
talk to me.
Yes, sir. Out of more than 40 charges outlined in the investigation among at least 7 government employees, only 2 scapegoats were charged with misdemeanors. One person here presenting today, later on, our twice arrested and highly questionable finance director, Angelica Alexander. The other
Ma'am.
former revenue director, Yvonne Ivey. I encourage you citizens, read parts of that investigation yourself. Most of all, of this happened under current city manager Isaiah Hughley's watch.
Ms. Williams.
Yes.
Make them to me. You don't need to use the names. You can just talk
I
to
can't
me.
say names,
I would prefer you not. We're trying to,
so just say
keep this-
titles.
that'll be fine.
Okay. Where's the accountability? Why is, I can't say Miss Alexander, I don't know her topic her title off the top of my
Finance
head.
Director.
The finance director, why is she still an actively paid employee with the city following her disgusting behavior outlined in that investigation? The report proves she broke several laws, failing to act on misconduct, obstructing investigators or hindering, and taking bags full of government finance documents home illegally. Oh, and the reason this whole investigation started, Columbus resident and a whistleblower, Nathan Smith, who is now dead as of less than 1 week ago, less than a week that this whole investigation was released 2 weeks ago. Was it all worth it, Mr. City Manager and leaders? Launching an investigation into yourself and, quite frankly, a toxic and sloppy finance department that proved Nathan's documents were in fact legal. Thank you, sincerely, Mr. City Manager, for initiating this investigation. The end of your circus is near, and as we read a lot of information in that report, thank you again. And Lamar County Assistant District Attorney over this investigation, Wayne Jernigan, are you genuinely that much more concerned with the re-election campaign rather than making things right? By staying quiet and assisting in covering up horrendous crimes, you're choosing to bow down to evil, aiding in the detriment of an already crumbling Columbus. Listen up, citizens. My team and I are issuing a call to action to the citizens of Columbus, Georgia. This is your time to pay attention to who and why certain city leaders you voted in or have been appointed for in their positions for far too long, City Manager. We're talking about millions of your taxpayer money here, proven right now via that investigation that it is actively being mismanaged, tampered with, disposed of, with a lot of shady money movement. All the while, the city finance department has been under investigation for years for tens of millions of dollars missing, unaccounted for, whatever it is. Is that a coincidence? Mr. Mayor, I think not. But this is not a game. This is real-life Columbus corruption I'm talking about. If you feel led, citizens, join the movement to seek justice. That's all what we all want, right? To help our city by moving forward, not simply line our own or our friends' pockets to buy more sports cars, right? Well, this atrocity has been going on for far too long, not just a few decades, many decades. Citizens, if you'd like to join the movement, contact your city councilors. You will soon begin seeing Facebook and other social media platforms call to action, mostly written by our late Nathan Smith, who is still fighting beyond the grave. If you agree with it, forward it to the email addresses listed. In the words of my late brother, Nathan Smith, whom I talked to on the phone for more than an hour the day this investigation was released, just a few days before he died, quote, "No weapon formed against you is going to prosper." That's what the scripture says. He went on to say a few other things I don't really have time for. But let me remind you, City Manager, you work for the mayor and council, not vice versa. And good mayors and good city councilors work for the people who voted them in the position that they sit in the first place, and they took an oath. We should not get that twisted. Okay, that's my 5 minutes.
I'm gonna give you another 10 because I stopped you. Go ahead.
Okay, I don't need 10 minutes, but 10 seconds?
Seconds.
Okay, J. Nathan Smith, your life and fight for the truth will not be in vain. I can promise all of you that. And to the Smith family, you're constantly in so many people's hearts and prayers. Do better.
All
We
right,
are
Ms.
not
Williams.
scared. We are united, and we will not take it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next is the city manager's agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First item on my agenda is a fiscal year 26 inmate capacity agreement.
Motion second to approve item 1. Any comments on that item? All right, hearing none, if you'd please put it on the screen. Councilors, you can register your votes. Okay, that's approved.
Mayor, each year at this exact time, just as we are in our budget process, we bring forward to you Metro grants from the Federal Transit Administration. I've got two, the 5307.
All right, there's a motion and second to approve those 2 grants. Any discussion on either one of them? All right, hearing none, again, please put it on the screen, and if you would,
Yeah.
tell the public where that,
So one grant is for $2.5 million. A second grant is for $269,000. We pay a 20% match on each of those grants, and the 20% match for those grants is budgeted and available in the transportation fund.
okay, it's approved, both of them.
Then I've got purchases. I've got Muskogee County Board of Elections and Registration Voting Equipment Delivery Service.
All right, there's a motion and a second to approve items A through F, and then H, I, and J. Any discussion on any of those items? Okay, so yeah, we pulled that. So all in favor of that motion, please signify by saying, oh, I tell you, we'll go to, put it up on the screen. And again, just remember that when you enter that one vote, that approves all of these items, except for G. Okay, listen, is it, Councilor Crabb, is that a yea vote? There we go, those items are approved, and if you would go through those items, and then we'll stop at G as well.
So I believe, well, we'll just start with A, the Board of Elections Registration Voting Equipment Delivery. It's annually $50,000 has been budgeted, and there's a company out of Florida that they will be using. As you know, last year they used employees, they contracted, and so it's gone through an RFP process and company selected. That's A. B, backdrop curtains and porter curtains for the Civic Center is $1,795.20. We typically would not have something on the agenda for $1,700, but because we are using the Civic Center Friends Fund, we bring those things before you. These are backdrop porter curtains for noise reduction and so forth. We've got declaration of surplus and trade-in of 11 all-terrain vehicles and 2 scooters. It's the police department who's asking for this, and also to authorize them to trade the trade-in of the surplus equipment towards the purchase of a 2025 Denago Rover XL.
I've got network equipment for information technology. It's related to the new fire EMS headquarters. We've got to get them situated with all of the network equipment and so forth. Refuse truck repair for Public Works is $51,675. F, I've got electric three-wheel scooters for the sheriff's office. They're going to use those as they service, patrol the parks and interact with residents in the city. I'm going to skip G and go to the government-wide operational and performance assessment and consulting services. We've got the audit committee. I know that 2 counselors serve on that committee. They've asked for government-wide operational and performance assessment and consulting services to provide a government-wide operational and performance assessment not to exceed $580,000. Then I've got again, this is the audit committee, organizational risk assessment and consulting services at $69,950, addressing key strategic, financial, operational, and legal regulatory risk is what that's going to do. I've got a declaration of surplus and recycling of 2 Chevrolet Tahoes and 1 GMC Yukon, and basically Public Works will be taking parts from the vehicle and using them on some of the older vehicles that we have. Mayor, those are the purchases, and then you wanted to pull G, which is mold removal and remediation for the Civic Center. It's $192,000. As you know, we had MLB, Enviro Health and Safety, to come in and remove mold in the jail. This same company would come into the Civic Center and do remediation services that's required at the Civic Center, and that's $192,000.
Councilor Hickey?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I just have a question for item B. I noticed last month that we purchased some curtains for the Civic Center, the backdrop. Noticed that we purchased some last month. And I just want to know what the balance right now for the Friends of the Civic Center funds. What is that balance now?
Yeah, and I'll have to defer to the finance director. I know that she came and gave an update and gave the balance in that Friends Fund and the Friends Fund with the Trade Center. I don't recall that balance, but she did do a presentation here. You may have been missing at that meeting. But she'll provide that to you in just a second. But of course, we've got a $3 million endowment at the Civic Center. It's been there since 1996. And we cannot touch the principal. And what we do, we're allowed to use the interest only, but the principal of $3 million will always be there. Yeah. As soon as we get her, we'll talk about it. But I think there was G, we were dealing with the mold.
Councilor Davis.
Thank you. I'd like to understand the level of concern here. It sounds like a problem. I'd like to consider it not a problem, but when I look at the cost to do this, it seems like there's an issue. Can you speak to the level of concern here about the problem that we're dealing with? And another reason I'm asking about this is because I know we just put a new roof, or we did some stuff with the roof. This indicates moisture, water, to cause this type of, I guess we'll just call it potential damage. So can you speak to the level of concern this is and what exactly is going on here?
Mayor, would you do the
Oh,
mic?
I'm sorry.
Okay, yes, sir. Probably late last year, we had an issue with black mold in the Civic Center where we had to come in the administration area from the conference room to the hallways to offices and remove, just mitigate that issue, but remove carpet, put new carpet down because of the issue. It was behind the walls and you could literally see it leaking on the carpet, so it had to be removed. Now, the issue is in the event hallway, in those locker rooms where our attendants, our teams have to deal with, they're in. It's from the ceiling, the walls, it's under the flooring. So all of that has to be mitigated because we have, every event that we have, that's where people are in terms of those who rent our facilities. They use those rooms and it is a health issue. And so it's something that we've got to go ahead and take care of.
Normally, these are problems that don't happen overnight. How long have we, I mean, did we just find out about this, or how long
Well,
have
again,
we known there's been an issue?
we've had mold issues at a number of our facilities, like the jail, as the city manager has indicated. But at the Civic Center specifically, I know I have dealt with it at least 3 times over the years, in various offices. Again, I think just because of the humidity issue in there, we've had to go in and put in machines just to try to help improve that level. But now that we have a new roof, we have new HVAC system that is going in. We have some new chillers. All of those things should improve that. But again, because it's still new, those things have just kind of taken place. It has grown over the years.
So is this, is it just in the administration and the administrative areas, and then now you're finding it moving out to?
That's correct.
To
That's
other
what's
areas as
happening.
well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, you gotta fix it, so I'm in favor of doing that. I just didn't know the level or the extent of the problem, so thank you for it.
Okay.
Motion to approve?
Absolutely.
Motion approved.
Motion second to approve item G. Any more discussion on that item? All right, hearing none, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, that's approved.
So-
We got one more, Counselor Cogle?
Could you just, I'm looking at a couple meetings ago from Counselor Hickey's comment of what the difference is from the purchase of the splendid drapes that were 23 stage curtains for Columbus Civic Center from Splendid Drapes and 9 middle stage curtains. And that was, I think, last month or so for about the total cost of $75,785. What's the difference between those and the backdrop curtains and Porter curtains? Are they the same thing, or did we not order enough, or the description
Okay.
is essentially the same?
They are different. When you go in, you're at a concert, the stage, there are large curtains behind the stage that drop down that you cannot see the back of the house. Those are the curtains that you voted on last time. What we're dealing with now are the stage pieces that go around the stage.
Gotcha. Okay.
And so you cannot see up under the stage. That's the difference.
All right, thank you so much.
Mhm.
Okay, and Counselor Hickey had a question on B. If you would, sir, hit your light again, I'll turn you back on. There we go, and Madam Finance Director.
Yeah, I'm going to have the finance director to talk about the Friends Fund.
So as the city manager mentioned, there was a presentation that was given a couple meetings ago about the Friends of Columbus account. At that time, we had about 3.1 million, I believe, pending in drawdowns. So that left a balance in the Friends account of about 2.2 million. Since that time of presentation until today, which includes the items that are on the purchasing agenda, we have about a $3.4 million drawdown. So that would leave about 1.9 million in the Friends account. Above the 3 million.
Above the 3, okay, great.
The principal, yes.
Yes.
So you just stay there because I'm going to go to the updates, Mayor, if there are no other questions.
Any other questions, Mr. Hickey? No. Okay, thank you, sir.
So, yes, sir. So, Mayor, we've got a sheriff's office budget update, and sheriff is here. And Finance Director, you want to introduce the matter?
Yes, so the sheriff's office is here today pursuant to ordinance 13-39, which says that if a department or elected office, if they're anticipating exceeding their budgeted appropriations, they do have to come before the council and ask for additional appropriations. There were some changes that were made with the inmate medical provider at the jail. I do know that caused, there was some contractual increases in order to keep that vendor in place while the new vendor is brought into rotation as of July of '25. But there are some additional anticipated expenses relative to the jail as far as the inmate population. And as the city manager mentioned, the sheriff is here and he can speak more specifically about some of those items.
Excuse me, Sheriff, Counselor Tucker.
So, thank you, Sheriff, for being here. I do have, a few requests. One, I know that when we have these updates in reference to coming and asking about the budget, we don't put anything out here, but is it a way that we can put an amount, that way we'll know exactly what's being requested prior to the
Yeah, I think we can do that.
yeah, and I just, it'll help because we had citizens asking questions because everything else had links. And then we had 4 items that didn't have links. So if we can put all the links out there to include the monthly finance update. My one question for you, I'm gonna say one right now, Sheriff. Regarding these line items, what was your original budget request for FY '25 in regards to, is it the healthcare and food? Is that what we're talking about right now?
Those are going to be 2 of them. As Director Alexander mentioned, that we have had an increase in jail population. With that, we're going to have a higher food cost, monthly food costs for that. That's something that we can't, we can't budget for. It's just like medical. The same thing, that once we get a higher inmate population in, we're going to have that issue along with some other contract issues between the sheriff's office and WellPath. We just changed medical providers. I think we go with a new medical provider as of July 1, but those are some of the costs that Director Alexander was referring to, that those are some of the expenditures that we know that will exceed our annual budget, because we're getting those invoices and they're going up. They're not going down, and so they're gonna exceed my regular annual budget for that. I don't have the direct numbers with me, but I'm here per the ordinance, City Ordinance 13-39, because it does appear that I will be going over budget in certain budget line items areas.
Okay. The reason why I was asking, I was just trying to make sure that we had allocated enough funds, that we reduce the amount of funds that you were requesting within those areas.
Right.
Or did you get the exact amount that you requested in
I don't have that.
regards?
Yeah, I don't have
to
that
this?
information with me right now, Counselor.
Okay, and especially since we're in budget season right now, so that's another reason why I'm asking.
Yes, sir. I mean, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, long day.
So, Director Alexander, we have an amount that we need to ask for on behalf of the sheriff tonight? Is there an amount?
Well, I have an amount that I think that the sheriff will need to, as we close out FY '25. And I do believe, based on some of those, what's been trending as far as the food, the increase in the cost to keep the current provider in place until the new provider is set up, as well as some of the outside medical and pharmaceutical costs. I do believe that it'll be about $2.7 million that the sheriff will need to close out FY '25.
And that's your best estimate,
That's the best estimate.
2.7 million?
That's correct.
If I may, so do you have a breakdown of the 2 point by category or by line item for the sheriff?
I do have it by category.
Or can you share that?
It is a spreadsheet of mine. I'd be happy to package it more.
Can you
And share that information.
Can you get your laptop and give some categories?
Sure.
If you'll bear with us and let us.
Okay, while she's doing that, I'm gonna allow, call on Counselor Tucker.
Yes, I actually, once she does get that amount, I was wondering if the medical part can come out of the community care, because we have been using some of that. I'm not sure.
I don't.
Can we use the community care
Any
fund?
medical come out of the community care fund? For outside, if they were sent out like to the county hospital, is that right?
That's correct.
If they were sent out
So
of the
if it's-
jail, yeah.
So if it's anything listed on your spreadsheet that's outside, we can use community care funds?
Yeah, so I do want her, so that you know what you're voting on, because he's gonna have to have this money to make it through the end of June.
Yeah, and honestly, that's why, when I sent that email, and I know it was going into the Memorial Day holiday, just asking that we get this, that way we could know what to expect and, be able to understand in reference to like community care funds and where we can pull funds and.
So you have that information available? Okay.
So about 665,000 of what we anticipate I anticipate will need based on trend relative to the outside medical and pharmaceutical costs. Then there's an additional approximately 256,000 for the food. We have an additional 7 weeks in the fiscal year that we'll need to cover the food. There was an increase in the price for the food. The vendor requested an inflationary increase this year that was sort of outside of the budget process. And so there is that increased cost. And as the sheriff mentioned, just due to the inmate population, there being more inmates, we anticipate about 256 for the food. And then there is an additional 1.83, 1.84 needed to cover the cost of the personnel, some of the
Personnel?
personnel costs.
Can we get this in writing?
I can have her
Yeah,
send it to you,
so I
but,
think you said 665
yeah, for outside medical. Yeah.
Can we approve that with the community care fund? So I would say that way, we don't have everybody in here.
Well,
But to at least do
yeah.
the 665
If she,
now?
once she finishes, then you can come back and, when they get back in the room,
Well, we can approve, I think we can approve the 665 now.
yeah, you got 6 around the table,
Okay.
yeah.
I make a motion to approve 665,000 for the sheriff for outside medical care for inmates.
And that is an estimate. That is to finish up the remaining
What?
quarter of this fiscal
And
year.
then
So
add
if
for
it-
FY
Okay.
20, up to,
No, well,
I
it would be 600, she needs to word it in a certain way that we don't have to come back
right.
to you. And, because it may come out 600,
That's
700,000.
fine.
That's
How about
right.
this? I I will remove that. You tell me exactly what to say and how much, and that way we can change the motion to make it right.
I would just say, 665,000 for outside medical, or the amount determined.
Or what it
Yeah, because
determined.
it's gonna be plus or minus.
Right, or the amount to cover the expenses from April 1st to June 30th, 2025.
For the record, it will come out of the indigent care fund. So community care. So the recommendation will be 665, I know you're writing it down.
Or the exact amount.
Or exact amount. Our fabulous clerk of council has it.
Okay.
She has the motion.
I'm fixing to call on Councilor Anchor, but I wanted to clarify, did you need a time frame in there? You mentioned
April.
Well, the last payment that was made was through March 31st, so we'll only have to cover April 1st through June 30th,
okay.
as far as the outside medical and pharmaceuticals.
So you want to make that a part of your,
Yes, April 1st.
part of your motion?
April 1st through June 30th.
Okay.
And then, once you get all the breakdowns from the rest, and we can determine what funds, what source it can come from,
It would be the general fund for the remaining
all
portion.
of them will be general, no loss.
Councilor Anchor.
Sheriff Countryman, I do appreciate the job you do, and it's a difficult one. And, but the finance part of it, I'm new at this. I'm having a hard time understanding. I remember during budget season, I didn't bring my budget book tonight because we hadn't even gotten to the first reading yet, but it was a $42 million budget, and I didn't see this coming. And I just don't, in my business, I don't like those kind of surprises that are that big. And if I'm calculating, and I don't know if I'm applying this money to the right number, but, you know, $2.7 million into a $42 million budget is around 5-6%, and we got to have that just to run out the year. I know that's next year's budget, not this year's. But we've approved a lot, and I would like to know about the personnel. I understand the food. The warden was here a month ago, or 2 months ago. He ran out of, the food cost went up on him. And you're dealing with the same thing. You're constitutionally, you have to do the duty. We have to feed our prisoners. That's their right, and we owe it to them. We got medical bills that you can't run from, sir. It's a tough job. But on the personnel, how did this shock us? How did it shock me? Maybe just me. Can you help me?
Well, let me just say this. I just got the email on the 21st for this, but I don't have all the information with me, but I would guess, Madam Finance Director, that this would do with overtime, a lot to do with the overtime in the jail, overtime due to special operations when we work, details and operations. It involves a lot of man hours, and these are things that we cannot control. You look at, I don't even want to give you a dollar amount, but I can tell you that on the average, when we work operations, for the most part, our investigators work at least between 16 to maybe 17 hours on some days alone. They pull double shifts. They get called in at any time to work these cases. And so it's a lot of man hours that go into that. And so I would easily guess that that's where that comes from. As far as the, medical costs, we exceed our yearly outside medical costs within 6 months. We have a sicker constituency that comes into the jail. This is just not Muskogee County. This is every sheriff around the state, all 159 sheriffs. We can sit in a room. We share the same woes with this. And that's not counting the mental health piece of this. We are trying to do different things now to drive down that medical cost. We're one of the first sheriff's offices in Georgia. We're running a trial test on something now to where we can get outside insurance companies to come in to try to fund some of this. And so we are looking at every single way possible to reduce some of these things. But if you look at the, let's say pharmacy, that if someone comes in and if they have HIV, and if they come into the jail, sadly, we may pay about $14,000 a month for their medical medicine that we have to. That's not counting cancer or, you know, any type of, you know, medical care that we have to provide. It's very costly.
Yes, sir. Thank you. You said on the 21st you got an email.
Yes,
Who'd you get an email from? And sir, you know, you're a tough, you're out there serving us and keeping us safe, and I do appreciate it. So I'm putting this pressure on you because we've got financial pressures, and we already took our budget from almost nearly 28, and now we're popping into that savings account every second. So I'm just trying to figure out why so fast.
No, I actually received an email from the finance director because they look at all of the budgets. And so, you know, even when they do variance reports, we see some of these things trending. And so this is not a, you know, gotcha. This is a necessary thing.
I didn't see it coming. That's all right. That's on me. How about the percent of employment? Are you at 100% with your officer? Are you at 80%? Are we spending all the payroll money at 80% and we still need $2 more million for personnel? Or where are we on?
No, we have total, we've already fulfilled the park police hiring of that. I believe that we have 2 more that are being processed in through the city that will fulfill that. But beyond that, counting civilian, and that we are probably roughly at about 21. That's between
That's all you're
civilians
missing,
and
21.
sworn.
Sir, thank you for taking my questions. I am
Absolutely.
grateful for the job you do. I tell you that in private too. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, Council Chambers?
So-
Okay. So there is a motion and a second, I believe.
Well, let's make sure. So it was 3 categories, just 3? Okay. So it's $665K for outside medical, $256K for food, and $1.84 for personnel, for a total of 2.7. And so that's what and the 665, or the amount, will come from the community care, indigent care fund. The balance will come from general fund.
One more, Councilor Anchor?
I'm sorry, Director Angelica. Can you help me, please, with the process? So I asked the sheriff about the process of the funding. He mentioned in his comments that we utilize all of our allocation for medical after the first 6 months. Did this come up when I wasn't here 6 months ago, or did it just pop up today? I'm trying to find out about the email on the 21st. Why is this a surprise today?
Well,
As the sheriff mentioned, we do look at all of the departmental and elected official budgets. We do monitor those on a monthly basis. The sheriff, as a constitutional officer, has the ability and the authority to use his budgeted dollars as he sees fit. And so we don't like to make assumptions too early, you know, in terms of.
Is he writing the checks, or are we writing the checks?
Well, his budget is a part of the consolidated government. And so if he needs a check issued, that is processed by the city.
Well, somebody's asking us for $2.7 million.
So,
at the 9th inning.
yeah.
And I just want to know why we have to wait until the 21st of May to find out that we got to write another check out of savings. And I don't like being surprised by that. I don't know why I'm the only one.
Well,
Well, he's not over budget yet. I mean, like I said, these are
but
just
you're projecting
projections.
that, based on trend. And let me just say that the sheriff, when we go through the budgeting process like what we just did, and we budget for food or we budget for medical, I think he just used an example with HIV. He doesn't know what's going to come through that jail.
I understand that.
Yeah, and so.
But we know we've been having special operations and we've been doing things with personnel. So we know the overtime numbers. We know the trends. Yes, sir.
Well, and I'll say that, as the finance director said, we want to once we approve the sheriff's budget, You know, and so the sheriff can do whatever he wants to do with his budget once you approve it. He can move it, move line items and all of that, and so.
So you passing the buck to the sheriff?
No, hear what I'm saying.
I'm trying to listen.
Yeah, and hear what I'm saying. So,
missing the point.
so if, yeah, so if we think the sheriff, based on last year's numbers, needs $5 million for medical, but we go ahead and give him 8, and then his medical comes in and he has a good year at 4, he can spend that other $4 million on whatever he wants. Is that what you want him to do? Because once you give it to him, and the sheriff knows this, once we allocate that money to him, we can't tell him what to do with it.
I understand.
And so do you look at the trend from last year and he spent 4 and budget with a percentage increase at the 4.5 million? Or do you say, well, you know, just give him 8 million and you budget 8 million and then he comes in at 4 million and he says, well, I've got $4 million to go and spend.
And some of it is timing.
So it's.
Right, it's timing, you're paying it at the end of the year, the medical bills. Okay, city manager, thank you. I think I hear you.
Yeah, and so, and Sheriff,
I will say, you
remember-
know, we spend $115,000 a day based on next year's budget. And right here, we're gonna put an extra $81,000 in the savings account, the 2.7 per day, because you only got 33 days left to the end of it.
Well, and I'll just say this, Sheriff, I recall, I think it was you as sheriff, you had someone in jail that, you know, had to be taken to Atlanta. And, you know, and the cost was gonna break the bank.
It was about $125,000.
And I think you were able to, and it was a young person, and you were able to tell his people to come get him.
That's right.
You know, I mean, do you want to, you would have had to transport that person to Atlanta each time they go to their medical appointment. Right. And so you opted, and some of you may remember this, I think you said, well, we're just gonna release him under his parents, y'all come get him. And you all bear the expense. We're not, the taxpayers are not gonna do it. So, I mean, he doesn't know who's gonna end up in his jail and what it's going to cost. And so I think that's why you.
Right, and if I could add too, Mr. City Manager, that we are 100 plus over capacity within our jail. In order for us to make that safe for the inmate population and as well as the staff, we have to have extra personnel there to offset that.
Right.
And so that's why you see those numbers, but the numbers will tell you the numbers will tell you the whole story. As those numbers increase, the budget is gonna increase and we can't control that.
Well, I remember we are giving a higher stipend for the jail. That's gonna help us a little bit with some overtime maybe and rotating people around. And sir, I just hope our next year's numbers, the budget for next year will contain some of this. We don't get down to 33 days before the end like this.
Well, and even some of the big special ops, I mean, those are things that are kept quiet. So you can't tell the finance director, I'm budgeting for a special op to be hitting in March of this next year. He conducts the op, and sometimes it's not even really up to him. It's coming from the FBI or the GBI or the ATF. He has to can put man hours to it. That's above and beyond what was turned into the budget. And you can't really follow the trends because you don't really know for sure when those things are coming down.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you,
So-
Sheriff, Director, and City Manager. Thank you.
Well, just one second. Madam Clerk, do you have something?
I was just going to remind you that we have a motion and second on the table.
Gotcha. Okay, Counselor Tucker?
Okay. Madam Finance Director, how will this, I think it was 200, I'm trying to get the exact amount. So I got 665 coming out of the indigent care. And what was the other amount? is it 256 or 235?
256,
256,
and then 1.84 for personnel.
1.84 for personnel. So, Madam Clerk, what was the fund days for, how many days would that be? Or a day, or the total for the 2 million, whatever? What was the days? No, how much of the fund days? Because I know that, remember we were saying we were starting off at 90 fund balance days for this budget. Like, how much would this impact us?
Right, it'll be, let's see, I mean, in totality for the general fund, about between 3.5 days, somewhere in there. I can do the computation, I just don't have it in front of me.
Okay, well, we get that.
But again, now, just keep in mind too, in terms of utilization of fund balance reserves, particularly for the year that we're in, that's all dependent on where we end up for the fiscal year. We have departments, so when people come, usually, it's reserves that are covering these overages, but there are departments that we anticipate will be under budget. And so it could be a situation where we won't adjust the reserves because we'll have departments who came under budget to cover some of the departments that came in over budget.
And we typically know that around the November timeframe.
We do. Around October, November.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I need to redo this based on what they said. If you don't mind, I'm gonna pull it and then reword it.
Okay.
Okay.
Counselor Huff?
Oh, no, I'm about to make the motion to approve.
Okay.
I meant to ask, so I moved to amend the sheriff's FY 25 budget to allocate additional funds not to exceed the amount of the bill submitted. It will be $256K for food, 1.84 million for personnel coming out of the general fund, and 665,000 for outside medical coming out of the indigent care
Well,
fund.
you were gonna say 665 or the,
I mean, 665
or the amount between April and June 30th,
from April 1st
June 30th,
to June
for the outside medical.
for outside medical. Well, all of it will be, all of it be for April 1st through June 31st?
For the outside medical.
Just
Yeah, through
outside,
June.
Just the
not
outside
for
medical and
the
the
food.
pharmaceuticals.
Yeah.
So for the outside medical.
Second.
And the reason why I said the amount of the bill submitted, because of what you just presented, far as how the funds go. And I think it is good to have a class on constitutional officers, so people can understand how that works with their budgets.
Yeah.
So ACCG does a great job.
All right. There's a motion and a second. Counselor Huff?
Thank you, sir. Sheriff, thank you for the service that you give us. For those of us that have been here a while, we know every year something may come because of what you do. But I say thank you because of the city's a lot safer than it was a few years ago. And for you to get that done, it took a lot of manpower, time, and money. So as we move forward, each and every year, if the streets are clean, you're taking more people into your facility. And we've talked about it ongoing for years now about the medical. Medical has gone from just major medical to specialty care, as I call it, for the mental health, because there's a lot more mental health patients inside the jail facility now. So we'll do what we need to do. It was just brought up about you being a constitutional officer. So for those that don't know, a constitutional officer is a person that can spend his money any way he wants to, he or she. but they all play well. I call it, they all play well in the sandbox. We have a good group of people. They don't abuse their privileges. They go in, they take a look at it, and they do their best to stay under budget and on budget. But it's totally impossible when you flip on your phone or the news at night and you see a major bus go down and things around town, and you're able to come out and know that your city's safer. So that type of safety costs something. So you've entrusted the sheriff to do a job. He's doing a very good job. So when he comes in, I think we kind of slow it down a little bit just to understand what he needs the money for and why, because he's never abused anything. So I don't think it'll ever be any time he comes in here that we can look at it and say, we think you could have done it a different way. He's trained, he has good people, and we'll be here to support you. Thank you.
Counselor Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Anker, I hear you. You and I, we're used to reading P&Ls on a monthly basis, and a lot of things we can do are more controlled and defined, and we can make adjustments. But I will tell you, from experience, from a historical standpoint, there's always unpredictables and variables in the sheriff's office that you can't measure it. You just can't measure it. It happens. We get those dashboards, and you can see where there's concerns, but as far as I can remember, there's always been needs, more needs, except something happens that it's really hard to contain with the operation of the sheriff's office, especially the jail, and having a jail that's in the situation it is, it's breaking down, and you can expect stuff to fall apart. It's very expensive to deal with those things. And then not only that, but the labor component is very unpredictable too. I mean, we just talked about the need to, from a crisis standpoint, and covering for the shortage there in staffing of positions, as well as from the judicial branch and all the needs that they've been talking about, that we've been having to fill their needs as well. It all, it's all kind of blends together in these requests. And at any given time, there's more and more, he has to deal with more and more demand. Not just from, he has to manage it, but it's brought to him, the demand, and that demand could be anything from mental health to somebody unstable to I believe a stabbing in the heart. That one time, I think that's what happened. That was very expensive, but to deal with those kind of things, it's unpredictable, and you can't measure it. And the food, just depending on, I mean, the numbers will always fluctuate, but when we start asking more from public safety, including the sheriff's office, the cost factor goes up as well, and there's gonna be variables that at the end of the year, we always, I mean, as long as I can remember, it's always been, usually an amount somewhere of, and it's not just Sheriff Countryman, it goes way back to 2 or 3 more of the predecessors that held that office is every year. So it's just is part of the operations. But you try to manage, you try to do the best you can, but I do know in the sheriff's office, it seems like there's always a lot of unpredictables. Anyway, thank you, Mayor.
Yep. All right, there's a motion second on the floor. Does anybody have any more discussion regarding this approval? All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed?
Next, Mayor, I've got Director Holly Browder with a pool update. Our pools are scheduled to open tomorrow.
Okay. We just second.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor. I skipped Superior Court, and I know they're waiting and they're ready to get out of here, so I'm sorry.
Counselor Anker wants to get.
Say that again, Mayor.
Counselor Anker has a question.
Yeah, Since we're talking about money before we move on, I know we hadn't had the first meeting in the budget yet. And first off, I want to say thank you, Counselor Huff and Glenn, for schooling me. You've been here. I do respect, our sheriff, and I appreciate the grace and the director and the city manager helping me. The motion I want to make is for our tax assessors department. Last time we had the budget meeting, there was a vote, and it was inconclusive. It was to add 5 of this particular grade of staff and 3 of this particular grade of staff, and then a raise for our chief tax assessor. And I would like to make a motion to remove all 3 of those. And I remember that we voted on that, and it was inconclusive. There was a motion that was tried to make, and it was wiped off the table, and that was to hire 1 of a certain grade of staff member. I think director or assistant deputy could bring that up if there was question about it. I'd like to make that motion now because as we're continuing to grow the budget, we didn't have a conclusive vote, and I think now is as good a time as any to strike those 3 and make a motion to hire the 1 grade and the 2 grades, so only 2 hires and no raise in the tax assessor's office. I make that motion. Can I please get a second?
All right, there's a motion and a second to, I guess, amending the budget. All right, so,
So is that first reading or today?
I guess it would be amended when the first reading is heard.
Well, I thought, can't you
Do
make
it on the ad list today. Well, I mean, this is in effect an additional ad.
Yeah, the ad list has been, has been going through.
This will add to it.
Just a moment. We do have a motion and a second on the floor for that item. He's, no, I can cut it up. Mr. City Attorney.
Okay, what you're asking for is, in effect, an amendment to the ad list that you approved last week. And it's better to do it now, so you can get the ordinance in final form before June 3rd next week when it's on first reading. You want the final numbers in there, or as close as possible. So it's better to do an add or delete now and then get the numbers straight.
All right, to the,
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify the motion. If I recall, in the tax assessor's budget, the additional employees were in there. And you're asking, your motion is to change that from, I think it was 5 employees to 2?
No, there was different class of employees. There were 3 items that were presented in the budget. There was a class for 5 new employees, there was a class for 3 new employees, and there was a raise request. I want to delete all 3 of those, and I want to go back and add 1 in this class of employee and 1 in this class of employee. That's it.
So you're reducing the 5 and adding the 2?
I'm reducing 8 and I'm adding 2.
Okay. Just to understand, and so everybody has understanding of this, that it's difficult for the tax assessor to do her job in collecting the taxes with less employees.
Well, I think the staff is tremendous. I've worked around them, I've been with them. They're really good. The laws just changed. If she needs more, we're falling behind. I think we can go back just like we've done and add more into it. I think there's a lot of reasons why we hold where we are, we stop the spend. And I'd like to take a vote on it. I could be wrong, but I think it's the right thing to do. It is the largest area of revenue for our city. I could speak more to it, Gary, and I'd be happy to if you'd like to continue to talk about it. It's what I feel strongly about.
well, let's go ahead and just call the question, because I think that the tax assessor made her case very well, and you've made your case. I know that their biggest concern is being able to have the personnel to comply with the new changes in the law. And of course, the danger, if it's not done, is that you don't get the digest certified, and then the bills don't go out, and then we end up, perhaps, I mean, it's not, I think if we get to that point, and we needed more people, it'll be too late, because we'll still have to take out some type of tax anticipation note and pay interest on that.
Let's
or
take one at a
something.
time.
So, well, all right, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, all those in favor, raise your right hand, please. Well, we've had this vote, so we need to verify who voted how. So the individuals who voted in favor need to go ahead and raise their right hand so that we can get a count for the clerk. The chair didn't hear it. I apologize. But we can take it, if this does not pass, then we can go back to the substitute motion.
That's why I was trying to call for it.
Well, no, not you. I'm talking to the city attorney. Hang on. Missed it again. City attorney, is your light on? Well.
Okay, I was just, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just wanting to do a subsequent motion to remove the assistant director and the administrative assistant.
That's a new motion.
Yeah.
That'd be a new motion.
Yeah,
With the finance part.
Yeah, we need,
Okay.
we need to go ahead and take care of
What,
this item.
the tax assessor's item is on the table.
Yes, all right.
But I thought we could add.
So all those to the motion, Counselor Coble.
Can you, Mr. City Attorney, can you just refresh our memory on, did we, I thought we adjusted how many people we, like, at the time, how many people we approved? Is that true, or am I thinking about a different position? Okay.
Just, is your light on? Well, then I can't hear you. Yeah, we're going to vote on this one first. I think they're waiting to get the answer for Counselor Cogle.
What is?
I was just wondering, when the tax assessor came and asked for whatever she asked for, there was some discussion at the time of what was to be approved, and I just wanted to have a refresh of what was approved, of what the original inconclusive vote was versus what is actually on the budget.
Right.
I just wanted some clarification.
Yeah,
of where.
and so what I recall, the inconclusive vote was, it was on the delete list,
Okay.
what she had requested.
So it is the
And-
five,
and-
the five, or the 5-3 and raise.
Yes, it was was approved in the mayor's budget, and someone put it on the delete list. And when the vote was taken at budget review, it was inconclusive, and that means it stays in the budget.
Right. I
And-
just wanted to clarify
yeah.
that.
And Mr. Mayor, it's, you know, I wish the tax assessor could speak to the matter, but unfortunately, she, you know, typically this would come up on first reading, and then they could speak. But this, you know, as it comes up tonight, I don't know, she's not available and can't speak to it, but that's a council decision.
I agree. All right, so there's been a vote, so we just need to, damn it, there has been the vote. So those who voted in favor, please raise your right hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, those who voted against?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, and that is, the mayor can break that tie, so I vote against that motion. This is done in a business meeting. It was against removing them. All right. Mr. City Attorney?
Yeah, and just so everybody's on the same page, the budget numbers on that item will remain the same as they were last week. But on first reading, it can be discussed again. There can be a proposed amendment, and another vote if council desires.
Okay, Counselor Davis?
Yeah, there was another inconclusive vote, and I'm gonna make that motion that we delete the two requests out of the finance department. One, it's my opinion, but having two assistant directors, I think sets a bad precedent in ways, but I am interested in the performance assessment, taking a look at it, so I think at this point in time, I'm gonna make that motion to delete those two positions.
All right, there's a motion to delete those two positions and a second. Any discussion on that item? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
All right, all those in favor, raise your right hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All right, those against, raise your right hand.
1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, and that passes. Okay. All right, next on the
So,
agenda.
Mayor, I've got Superior Court Judge Art Smith's representatives here. Ed Berry, he's a circuit administrator, but Director Alexander will speak.
Just so that I'm clear, because there was a reference to an assistant finance director position, but then there was the mention of two. So that was the assistant finance director and the administrative assistant position. Both were deleted. Is that correct? I just want to be clear.
That is what I understand council's action did.
All right. I mean, I'm the one preparing the ordinance, so I just want to make sure that I'm clear. So, so the motion and subsequent vote was to delete the assistant finance director position as well as the administrative assistant position, both requested and put in the mayor's budget by the finance department. So I just wanted to be clear.
Yeah, and that's my understanding. The vote was to remove those positions awarded originally to the it was inconclusive in budget review, which means it stayed in the budget, and now they have removed those from your office.
Yes, no, it just wasn't referenced by name, so I just wanted to be clear that it was both of those positions.
Yeah, and also, you've already advertised the first reading, right?
Yes, that's correct. That was in the paper on Sunday and today's.
And so it's been advertised in the paper, but now you've got to go and remove them because they were included in the budget that was advertised in the newspaper. Right?
The funding, right.
Yeah,
that's correct.
right. You got to remove that funding from that advertisement.
Well, we're not gonna advertise it again. I just want to be clear what's being brought on first reading next week for the budget hearing.
Sure.
And,
That's a correct statement. You do not have to rerun the ad, but when the numbers on first reading will not include those two positions.
right, it'll be different than what was advertised today.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, the Superior Court judges, and Mr. Ed Berry is here as a representative. There is a budget neutral request that they are making. It is impacting the fiscal year 25 and will subsequently impact fiscal year 26. But the request as presented to me by the Superior Court judges is budget neutral. And I'll actually let Mr. Ed Berry sort of provide more detail in terms of the request.
Thank you, Ms. Finance Director. My name is Ed Berry, and I'm the court administrator for the Judicial Circuit here in the Muskogee County, Chattahoochee Judicial Circuit. I'm happy to be here. Thanks for the opportunity to bring before you today the issue of a car allowance for the Chief Judge slot. And notice I say the slot because it's not necessarily for the presiding or current Chief Judge, Art Smith, but it's for whomever is in his position as Chief Judge. At the August 13th, 2019 council meeting, resolution number 22219 was adopted, and Alexander was nice enough to provide me with that ordinance before I asked for this. But the policy was based on the recommendations of City Council Policy Committee. Paragraph 11 of the resolution states that in instances where an employee requires transportation to complete required assigned duties, upon request, a determination shall be made regarding the payment of a car allowance. And after January 1st, 2020, it's required that any car allowance be approved by the mayor, the city manager, and approved by council. In our particular case, the Superior Court judge position regularly requires the judge in that position, whomever it is, to engage in transportation to complete many of the required assigned duties as Chief Superior Court Judge. Examples of the required Chief Judge programs and duties include travels to and presiding over all meetings of the Muskogee County Student Attendance and School Climate Program, travels to and he or she presides over all sexual assault response team meetings, SART, as known by SART, as well as the travels to and presides over the annual SART protocol signing that we go to. The Chief Judge also travels to and presides over all child abuse protocol meetings, as well as travels to and presides over the annual child abuse protocol signings that the different agencies come in and sign for the protocol. In addition, he presides over all child fatality review meetings. The Chief Judge is required to travel to and participate in annual training as required by the child fatality review meetings. Further, including but not limited to, he travels to he or she travels to handle swearing-ins of city councilors, the district attorney, all assistant district attorneys, and others as requested. Now, it's important to note that this request that we're asking for is revenue neutral, as mentioned by Ms. Alexander, and that we're not asking for any additional funds. Really, the reason I'm appearing before you here today is because of the resolution that was done in 2019, which required me to appear after January 1st, 2020. Within the chief budget's existing budget as approved, we have 2 line items. And what we are doing is respectfully requesting that the council approve the following budget correction or / change. We ask for approval to transfer existing funds out of the following line items. There's an existing line item labeled litigation and court costs. Right now, there's about $3,000 allocated for that line item. There's also another existing line item labeled a public defender. Again, there's about $2,000 that is in that line item for a total of $5,000. What we're asking for is a car allowance of $300 a month to be paid to the Chief Judge for his transportation or whoever is in that position. That's $3,600 that we're asking for per year, that we're asking for to be paid out at $300 a month, out of the $5,000 that we can move from those 2 line items into a new line item titled car allowance. And the Chief Judge slot has never gotten that type of allowance. So we're requesting, based on the resolution that was passed in 2019, we're requesting council to approve moving funds from the 2 existing line items to a new line item entitled car allowance for the Superior Court Chief Judge.
Motion and second to approve. Any discussion on the item? All right, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Mr. Berry, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So next,
Councilor Crabb?
Just as a matter, for the record, the judge's office is requesting that the car allowance be effective May 31st. So the first payment would be processed as of May 31st. So there'll be 2 payments in FY '25, and then as Ed mentioned, the $300 a month allowance into FY '26. So budget neutral still, but I just want to be clear in terms of the effective date.
Thank you, ma'am.
You had us at budget neutral.
Councilor Crabb?
Budget neutral.
Okay.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted clarification about what was said prior to Mr. Berry coming up here, that a position was being advertised when we haven't voted and finalized the budget.
I think the budget was being advertised.
That's what, if she's referencing what I said, we have to advertise the budget as the proposed budget in the newspaper. That budget has been advertised.
Okay. I just wanted clarification on that. Thank you.
Next, Mayor, is a pool update.
Excuse me just one second. Councilor Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. While we're still on this budget trail, I was gonna bring this up last week, but slipped my mind. But we had a lot of requests from departments, mainly on the judicial branch, and we know that they cover a lot of circuits, right? They cover multiple circuits, not just Muskogee County, but other
Well,
circuits.
counties within the single circuit, but multiple counties, yes.
Right, and we never did talk, we always talk about what Muskogee County can do. But, the question came to me after it was all over, just the thought was, what are all these other counties gonna do as well? Because a lot of these folks are practicing in other counties. And we talked about the changes, we're gonna change orders, we're gonna have to do in the new government center, new judicial center. But we did not talk about other counties contributing and carrying their load.
Well,
And that concerns me, and I'm hoping they're doing that, but certainly, if they're getting the services being provided, then they need to contribute as well, instead of, I hope Muskogee County's not footing 100% of the bill.
No, they bear the cost for their counties. And so what we do in Muskogee County, we cover our cost, and then they travel to those counties, and in those counties, they may have an office, a small office, and whatever is required is, they have their own Superior Court clerk. They bear their own expenses.
Well, they do, but a lot of that, I do question, a lot of that work comes back here. That's a small principle, and I'm wondering, some of the numbers that we were shown, is that like in totality of all the different counties, or is it just Muskogee County we're talking about? I went back and started thinking about that.
Yeah.
We've discussed this in the past, but recently, we hadn't talked about that.
Yeah, what we show you is for Muskogee County.
But the requests, though, that were made, is that Muskogee County as well?
Which requests are you referring to?
You said what you showed us, meaning
Yeah.
in your process, but what was asked and what we approved, is that all from Muskogee
Yeah.
County or are other counties
Yeah.
benefiting?
Yeah, just for Muskogee County. They have their own expenses for what judges do when they travel to those counties within the circuit.
And during the process?
And the
are
same
we-
thing with public defender as well.
Correct. During the process, are we evaluating this matter and looking into those things as well, before we just say yes?
When you say, say that again?
When requests are made,
Yeah.
or additional requests are made, are we evaluating these requests in respect to other counties participating and also footing their percentage of the bill as well at the end of the day? Or is Muskogee County totally, or how do we know that Muskogee County is not footing the majority of the bill?
I'm gonna turn to staff, but I believe we do. We only pay for Muskogee County.
Okay.
Yeah, and the,
In reference to the circuit, We do act as the fiscal agent for those circuit-wide judicial services.
Yeah.
Namely, the public defender's office, as
Yeah.
well as the juvenile court. We do receive from the other counties their portion for
Yeah.
those services.
And if you recall, when we bring to you the annual public defender, we list all the different counties and what their portion.
Right.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Do they move proportionately to what we contribute? If our
It's based on
percentages
population.
increase, do their percentages increase?
So what they pay proportionately for the juvenile court is based on population. What the public defender's contract amount is based off of is a negotiated amount of the services provided by the public defender. So the public defender went to the counties and asked, based on the services that they provide in those counties, what they, what they would like for them to pay for those services. But now the Superior Court judges are different. The counties pay for those services independently. So we don't receive anything for the Superior Court judges from Harris County or Talbot or Marion County or any of those other counties. They pay those judges independently.
Yeah.
Good, and I hope we always look at that in totality so that we pay our fair share and that we're not carrying majority of the burden. That's all. Thank
Okay.
you.
Counselor Tucker?
Madam Finance Director, does that go, that same principle go with the DA? Because remember how he had presented, I don't know if it was like the stipend for $10,000. Is that the same scenario as you just mentioned with the Superior Court?
Yes, the services that the district attorney provides to the counties is handled by the counties.
So they give a separate stipend to the DA as well?
They do.
They do. Do we know what that stipend is?
I do not know what the stipend is for all of the counties. I do, when we had a change in district attorneys, I know Harris County is very similar to the stipend that we provide, because keep in mind, the district attorney is a state employee. So the district attorney receives his pay from the state. The state also provides each circuit a assistant district attorney based on the number of Superior Court judges that we have for the circuit. So the state provides 7. They pay for 7 because we have 7 Superior Court judgeships. The state pays for 7 assistant district attorneys for the circuit. And then each county contributes based on what the needs are and what they can do for the county. So we do have assistant DAs that we pay for specifically that only work in Muskogee County. They don't go throughout the circuit.
Okay, and I was just asking because that was a conversation I had as well regarding stipends, and I'm not sure what the percentage is, if we're like a 60% of the cases are here, or if it's a 75%, like what's the caseload versus here, Harris County, I think is Talbot.
Yeah, that's part of the circuit
as well. But just making sure that, exactly, everybody really does their fair share, especially when we're talking about stipends. If we're looking at what Jasper County was doing, and that was the example that was given, well, are you getting multiple stipends, not just from Muskogee County, but you're getting it from Muskogee County, Harris County, and Talbot County? So what does that equal,
Yeah,
so that's why I was.
For the district attorneys, I don't know, that's not something that I track, but I do track that information for the Superior Court judges because there are other positions within the consolidated government whose pay is based off the total pay for the Superior Court judges. Case in point, the state court judge is paid 90% of the total salary of the Superior Court judges. So I do track what the other counties contribute to as a supplement to the Superior Court judges. So,
Yeah, so we're way beyond that presentation, but it is good information to ask about the stipends that's being collected. That way, everybody is getting a share, fair share of the piece of the pie. Just put it like that, and we're not doing 100% of the stipend.
Yes, ma'am. All right.
So Mayor, with that, Holly Browder, Director Browder is here for outdoor pools and splash pads update. She's going to do a quick update because I know some people are here waiting on the Liberty District master plan, and we don't want to keep them too long.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor, members of council, Mr. City Manager. Thank you for letting me come tonight very quickly to give this update. Super excited, and I'm sure the community is super excited as well. Tomorrow is a long-awaited day that so many have looked forward to. So, of course, tomorrow is May 28th, and as we stated several times over the last couple of years, tomorrow will be the reopening of our outdoor pools that we have worked so hard to bring back. Just really quickly to show the public as well as those watching on television tonight what those pools may look like. Here is Stallman Road. And Stallman Road again. This is Rigdon Pool and Rigdon Park. Shirley Winston Pool. Double Churches Pool. And some hours in operation, fees, pool passes. So of course, nothing has changed here. We will continue to be closed on Mondays and Tuesdays. Wednesday through Friday, we are open from 12 to 6, and Saturdays and Sundays from 11 to 7. Below, you can see our in-county and out-of-county fees, as well as pool passes for summer for families to be able to take advantage of. And these all relate to our outdoors. We're going to hope the weather holds tomorrow. Last thing we want is rain. Of course, we've got a lot of rain tonight, but we're going to be hopeful that all of that will clear out by tomorrow by the time we get ready to open. But that is everything for outdoors. Also, so the community is aware, we also have the indoor Columbus Aquatic Center. So if outdoors is not your thing and it's just too hot, you're more than welcome to come indoors to the Columbus Aquatic Center. Here are the hours of operation there. We're open on my apologies, it should say it's Sundays 1 to 6, Monday through Saturday from 6 to 8, and you can here, again, see our fees and rates for residents and non-residents. Also, we're super excited this summer to bring out splash pads to the community that belong to the city. The one downtown is managed by Uptown Columbus and not the city. The first, of course, is the one that's located here on this property at City Services. And we were super excited to be able to open that at the end of last week. So it has already opened to the public and was fully used all weekend. It was a hot weekend here in Columbus, and so last weekend was that first opportunity for the public to use it. The hours of operation in those splash pads are going to be 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. They're on timers. So they'll only come on during those hours for the public to be able to use those. Our second splash pad, we hope to be completed by the end of the week, weather permitting, and be ready to open it as well. We're just waiting on a few little last minute things to take place, and then we'll have it open. But you can see here at Carver Park, it does look a little bit different than the one here, and that's the idea, is to give the community variety and various options. But these are the ideas from the children. So if you look at the splash pads, they represent the difference of what children here in the community selected as the options they wish to see. With that, anyone have any questions?
Yes, Counselor Tucker.
Thank you, Director, for providing this updated information. I would ask our assistant, city attorney, I know we had some modified park hours. I need help with amending the park hours for Carver Park to basically update it for the times in regards to the splash pads.
We can certainly look at that. I'm not sure it's even going to take an ordinance because I think we left administrative discretion in those park hours setting.
Okay, I still want to look at the ordinance if you don't mind.
So we can certainly take care of that one way or another.
Yeah, thank you.
All right,
Thank you, ma'am.
Director Browder, everybody's excited.
Oh, also your June 5th event. Gotta remind people.
I'm sorry?
Your June 5th luau.
Yes, so as a quick reminder, I gave that update back at the end of April. On June 5th, we invite the community to come out to all the 4 outdoor pools. We'll be having a luau that day. So we're super excited, and we're doing that as our welcome back to summer because at that point, all children in Columbus should be out of school for that first full week. And so we'll look forward to seeing everybody on June 5th outdoor pools. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, Mayor, Next, I've got the Liberty District Master Plan. I'm going to ask Deputy City Manager Hodge to come around. She's been working with Neil Clark, Hank Bertishaw, and we've had a lot of interest in this. And Deputy City Manager Hodge, you want to talk about, and then turn it over to Neil?
Sure. Good evening, Mayor, members of council, Mr. City Manager, Mrs. Assistant City Attorney. We have been working on the master plan for the Liberty District for many months now. We held some public meetings in February. We had great turnout for those meetings. We probably had 50-plus individuals attend those master plan meetings. A lot of interest in redevelopment of the Liberty District. We came back again in April. This is what we heard from you. Neil's been working individually with a lot of stakeholders. He's had individual meetings. We've had group meetings. We came back this past May 20th, and we met with the group again, saying this is kind of what we heard from you, and this is our final version that we would be presenting to council this evening. A lot of those participants are in the audience tonight. We asked for them to come out and show support, that everyone, we had consensus at those meetings, and this is where we ended up. So Neil Clark with Heck Bertishaw has done a great job pulling all those thoughts together, a lot of history. This is a long presentation that we are not going to go through slide by slide. I told Neil to kind of summarize it and really get to the end of where we ended up in the master plan that we want City Council to consider. And if there's no questions after the presentation today, we would bring that back at the next council meeting to adopt the master plan, and then we are excited to start implementing those items in the master plan. So I'm going to turn it over to Neil, and again, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Pam. Thank you, council. I'm Neil Clark with Heck Bertishaw Architects. I just wanted to start off by thanking you for allowing Heck Bertishaw to be a part of this project. We have a deep love for our city, and particularly for the history of our city, and the Liberty is rich in history. I'm also thankful that I've gotten to work with the passionate people that are concerned about the Liberty District, and passionate they are. They showed up in numbers at our public meetings. They were not bashful about sharing their thoughts and ideas about where this project could go. And what you'll see tonight is it includes that public input. So at the first page, we call it Renewing a Neighborhood, because in its history, it was quite a popular place, and let's see. This is it. Green, let's go. Thank you. This is the map of the entire Liberty area. This came out of one of the input sessions where they wanted to show more than just the historical Liberty District, which is what you see in pink. There are actually 3 areas that are the official Liberty Heritage District. But the Liberty is much more than that, and they wanted a drawing that would show that the Liberty influence area would include everything from Linwood Cemetery south to Porterdale and Riverdale cemeteries, and then from Veterans Drive over to the train yard. And so this drawing shows that. So we have our planning goals. We wanted to encourage property owners as part of this plan to invest in their properties. We did that by identifying what we call opportunity areas. It's privately owned properties that are in disuse or needs repair. We want to plan a complete neighborhood with a renovated Liberty Theater at its center. Of course, the Liberty Theater has been a part of the Liberty since the 20s, and deserves to be the heart, and it's in the process of being renovated as we speak. There is also a project coming up to give it a new streetscapes in the front, and I'll show you that in a minute. Of course, the Ma Rainey House is also in the Liberty area. We've got an idea for how to increase its popularity. And we talk about needing a neighborhood park, and we show one right across from the Liberty area. I'll show you that in a minute. We also need to create a plan that will facilitate moving some city-owned property into private hands, and that needs to be an open and transparent process. This is the current lot layout. The city owns most of these three blocks, block 19, 20, and 21. Our new plan would change that as I'm showing right here. This is the Liberty area as it exists today. There's been a lot of discussion in our group sessions about the parking area across from Friendship Baptist Church. In one of our early iterations, we had reduced that by about a third to increase some buildable area. We now have that parking area as undisturbed, so it will stay just like it is for the churches to use as they have. That's a city-owned lot. And you see the Liberty Theater in the center, and then there is some existing apartments that will stay at the intersection of 8th and 9th Street. So this shows our plan for the Liberty. I'll start on the left-hand side with a developed area right at the corner of 6th Avenue and 9th Street. I've got some images I'll show you of what that could look like. And then at the south end, we've got some existing buildings that could be renovated. Very nice. We need to add a parking area to the Liberty itself. It is sorely lacking in parking, and with its upcoming success, they will need that. As part of the Liberty Theater to the right, we are showing a new park area that is a passive park. It will have equipment for kids. It will have we are seeing a community garden as part of that. So north of the Liberty Theater is the expansion space for the future. And if that parking area is taken up, we'll need a future parking deck across the street, and we can accommodate that. We also show a potential future parking deck in the area across from Friendship Baptist Church. That is, if enough development happens to warrant that, but it was part of our discussions in the master plan. We also come down a block. Dr. David Lewis from the Muskogee County School District brought forward an idea of a teacher's village. We did some research on this, and it's happening in several states right now. A teacher's village is basically some housing that the school district would have some amount of funding in, and its purpose is to make housing attractive for people who are coming to work for the school district, and to retain the employees they have by offering some housing that is affordable for teachers. And there's also a lot of evidence that getting a group of teachers together is, it's just a party. So that is the area right now. The city owns about a fourth of that, and the rest of it is privately owned. And that's what a teacher's village could look like. We're also showing a renovated building at the corner of 7th Avenue and 8th Street that could be a museum of Black history in Columbus. We were working with Johnny Warner on that one. So this shows you the aerial view of the corner of 6th and 9th. And down below is kind of an artist's rendition of what could be on that block in terms of a developed entity. I don't, if you remember in earlier discussions, we were talking about the fact that the Judicial Center, which is being built, could play a big part in the Liberty. You know, if you are an attorney looking for a place to live or to build an office building, that would be a great spot to do it, 3 blocks away from the government center. And then this is the Liberty. We show an outdoor performance space to the west. And then to the east, we show a plaza, a new plaza out in front of the Liberty itself, and then a park past that. And that's just a different view. You can see in the upper left-hand corner, that's what it looks like today, with the exception of that small building there that's already been demolished. And then this is the Ma Rainey House. It has 2 open lots next to it now. Some houses were demolished. We are saying, let's take that, turn it into an outdoor space and do some historical interpretation, build a small stage at the end of it to facilitate some blues performances in there and make that a rental income for the Ma Rainey House. And so that is our presentation. We've attached the full master plan to your packet. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer it.
There are no questions, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilor Huff.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate this. The meetings went very well. I think I attended 2 of them. Yeah, and everything. People were excited. People had a lot of great ideas. And I think you all kind of took your time to try to encompass everything that you heard. And I see some of the people here tonight that have attended some of the meetings. So I hope everybody's happy at this point. It's been a long time coming, trying to get to the point of getting something that we could kind of wrap our minds around and move ahead and get started. So hopefully we can move this direction, get this part started, and then we can go on and try to get investment into the area and get it moving. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Cogle.
This is super exciting, and this is going to be a really great addition to our community. I was wondering if we had the chance yet to get the blueprints for the Liberty Theater done at all, that we could get into the board's hands just to kind of move that project along as well. If that was, it's a little bit off topic from this, but while we're talking about the Liberty Theater being the epicenter of the whole Liberty District, just to start that. I think the last time we had talked about that, the blueprints were not available.
You talk about the plans the detailed plans for the.
Yeah, well, when the board came, they had asked to be able to see what they were dealing with, to kind of to look and plan ahead, to come up with a media plan. They were just they were feeling a little bit stuck, and I just wanted to see if any movement had happened on that.
I don't think we have that at this time, yeah.
I think that's going to be important for them to
For the
be able to
theater
move
itself,
forward.
yeah.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
That's all the
The
questions.
deputy city manager said, and we did provide them the assessment that Hank Bertashaw did, you know, the assessment of the building and what things that need to be done. But maybe we can,
Yeah, they were, I mean, they were trying to get a grasp on creating a plan to move forward on that, and it's just, I don't think that we ever came to a conclusion on that, but just putting the request in again.
okay. And so what we'd like to do, Mayor Pro Tem, we wanted to answer any questions today. We wanted the public to be able to see the update, and it is online, and they can go online and take a look at it. But we had tremendous turnout in both the two initial meetings, and then the meeting that we had last week was just to go back and say, we listened to you, and we want to make sure we capture what you said, and here it is, and then hear from them on that. And they were pleased, and so we're here tonight, and then we want to come back next Tuesday to do a resolution to adopt the master plan for the Liberty District, so that it will be the document that will be used to move forward.
Okay.
So we'll have it on the agenda next week.
Okay.
But Neil has been great. Any and every person who wanted to talk to him, he's going to meet with them personally. I mean, to sit down with them. And so he's been traveling around, and anyone who would talk to him about the Liberty District, he has gone to see them and talk to them. So
Neil
we
Clark has
appreciate your
been
work.
Neil's been a great partner investing in Columbus for a lot of years.
Thank you, Gary.
So thank you for coming, and we'll have it on the agenda next Tuesday.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Councilor
And
Tucker.
thanks for those who came and, yeah,
Mr. City Manager,
yes.
this plan will be similar to the RFP that we're working on for South Cummings, to create a plan for developers and people to have interest into investing
Right.
in our community.
That's right.
That's what this plan.
Yeah,
will
like
look
if they are interested in, I mean, they'll see the master plan and they'll say, oh, like, for example, the superintendent wants a teacher's village,
at. Yeah.
you know, and when they look at this master plan and say they've got an
Somebody
idea of
to
a teacher's
invest.
village, and then there may be a developer say, I'd like to,
Invest in.
yeah,
Yeah, same thing,
Yeah.
kind of how Uptown
Yeah.
transition and
Mhm.
W.C. Bradley invested in that area, so
Yeah.
it's a way to market
yes.
for some economic development. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and so if there are no other questions, we're gonna move on to the career ladder positions with our HR director.
Welcome, Ms. Hollowell.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Council, Mr. City Manager, City Attorney. I will be presenting a brief presentation on career ladders within the CCG pay plan. This was requested during the budget review process. Okay. So within the CCG compensation and classification study, which, as you all know, was implemented in January of 2023, the question came about with regard to pay plan maintenance. So I'll briefly talk about that, and then to the question of those who wanted a little bit more information on career ladders. So as it relates to pay plan maintenance, the pay plan that we adopted in January of 2023 requires maintenance, just as most things do, so that we can keep them relevant. So some of the things that are listed here are the things that you would do in order to make sure your pay plan is relevant, and that it is, we're paying employees what we should be paying them, or at least we know what we probably should be paying them, whether we're paying them or not. So some of the things that you would consider are a regular review or a market study, meaning that you would take your positions or a certain number of your positions out to market and see what other local governments are paying for similar type positions, or you would market it with other local businesses where they are competing for the same kind of talent that we are competing for. Another option would be to have longevity pay, and we do have that specifically within our public safety department, meaning that the longer you work, you will receive additional pay. A lot of longevity pay comes in the form of milestone payments. Every 5 years of service, you'll get X amount of pay, or every 10 years or 15 years or so forth. Another form of maintaining our pay plan is with career ladder incentives. So I'll talk a little bit more about that, and that is a part of our current pay plan. There are also options to do certification incentives, degree incentives. We do some of that also. And then pay for performance. We can do that. We have done that in the past. And cost of living adjustments. Cost of living adjustments, we usually look at the CPI, the CPI and the ECI, the Employment Cost Index, in determining the rate of inflation in terms of whether we should adjust the pay for our employees. So these are just some of the things that you can do to help manage your pay plan and keep it relevant. They are not all of the things that you can do, but these are ones that most employers will look at and will do. As we talk about career ladders in our pay plan, it is an ordinance. It is a part of the pay plan ordinance, number 22-045 in section 15. It talks about being able to establish career ladder positions within the city government. And it talks about how one would go about doing that. So in order to make a career ladder or to establish a career ladder, one needs to have measurable criteria for each advancement level. And we have that. These career ladders are typically established by departments when they determine that they have a position that would be right for a career ladder position. Departments will do that in consultation with human resources, and there are times when human resources will make recommendations for different positions that are more suited for career ladders. In any case, career ladders are treated very similar to promotion type positions. If it's a promotions, the minimum that an employee will receive is a 6% pay adjustment, or if they're advancing to a new grade, the minimum of that new grade, they will receive that pay, whichever is higher. So department heads can also make a request to change a recommended career ladder and provide justification for approval. In this regards, typically an existing career ladder. For example, there may be a maintenance worker 1 and has a level 1 and 2, and the department determines that they think I can have a level 3, so they might establish an additional level for a career ladder. So that's the procedure in terms of how a career ladder comes about. So in looking at the number of positions that we have, of those positions that are in our classification plan, 75 of those positions already have career ladders associated with them. 57 of those positions have career ladders with 2 levels. 10 of those positions have career ladders with 3 levels. 4 of those positions have career ladders with 4 levels. And then we have a few positions that have certifications that allow one to advance further. We don't have very many positions that have certifications that allow you to advance forward. Typically with the career ladders, it could be a combination of a certification, years of service, or training. Those are the things that usually go into making up a career ladder position. So these next couple of slides are just examples of departments that already have career ladders in them and are utilizing those career ladders now. Many of these departments and positions have had career ladders for many, many years. And we've added to career ladders over the years, and I believe there are some in this year's recommended budget. So almost every year we are adding positions that have career ladders to them. So, and I think that's a good thing, and I encourage career ladders. And here are some other positions where you see career ladders. They're throughout every department. Literally has career ladders. Some have more than others, but these are just listings without me going through all of them. Departments that actually already have career ladders in place, and there are opportunities for other positions to have career ladders. Every position is not necessarily right for a career ladder, so you wouldn't take every position that we have and say we're going to make career ladders out of them, because typically career ladders are oftentimes, particularly with what we see within our positions, they are mostly akin to technical type positions where the person can grow within that position. They can learn, they can get additional training, they can get additional certification, and they can grow within that position and then advance. And a lot of times, career ladders are really, really good for people who don't necessarily want to become a manager. They don't want to become a supervisor. They don't want to become a department director, but they can grow within their position, thereby benefiting themselves with their personal growth and development, and then benefiting the city of Columbus as well with the talents and skills that they develop over a period of time. So a lot of the career ladders that you do see are regarding technical positions or highly skilled positions. And these, again, are just some more listings of career ladders that are throughout the government in various departments. And so I'll just leave this quote. This is the end, and I'll entertain any questions if you have them. And it's a quote by Zig Ziglar, which says, "You were born to win, but to be a winner, you must plan to win, prepare to win, and expect to win." And I say that because with this pay plan, we have to plan in order for it to be successful. We adopted it implemented in January of 2023, and I think it's the basis for growth for our employees and for this government. And so in order to have it grow like it needs to, we need to plan for it and not knee-jerk to make it happen, to do what we want done. So that's all that I have, and I'll be glad to entertain any questions if there are any.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Counselor Tucker.
Yes, thank you, Director Hollowell, because I think I was one that asked for this presentation. You put the pay for performance, is that tied to evaluations?
Yes, it would be if we had that in place. It's not currently, but we have had pay for performance, a performance evaluation.
Would we have to change the current policy to do the pay? How basically, how would that work? How would we go towards that?
It's been since 2004, I believe, that the city last had pay for performance in place. And I believe Mr. City Manager's, his memory is a lot of times better than mine. It came when we implemented the UGA pay plan back in 2006. And it was with that pay plan that we also implemented pay for performance. Do you recall?
Well, you're right, it was back then, and the difference, I mean, we can have pay for performance, but you gotta put some money in a pot. You gotta tie money to it if it's pay for performance. And so what we've had is performance evaluations.
Correct.
Not pay for performance because we haven't put any money in it. And so it's basically, you do a performance evaluation and a person knows how he or she is doing, but there's no money, there's no incentive to it.
Are the performance evaluations that we do now, is it optional or mandatory?
Well, there's an ordinance that says that we will do performance evaluations, and most departments do performance evaluations. They are conducted by each department. They send them to Human Resources, and we place them in the employees' personnel files. I'm not going to tell you that 100% of departments conduct performance evaluations annually with their employees, but there's a large percentage of departments that do performance evaluations.
Is that something that you can provide, like how many
Sure.
actually, which departments have them? And the reason why, because we have been having this conversation about evaluations for probably about 4 years now. And, you know, that was one of the things that I have been saying in regards to just pulling from being military and then also working at Martin Army, that we do evaluations and you're able to, it's a form of checks and balance, but it will help you, say, mitigate issues before they arise. And that's why I asked that question, is it mandatory or required? And I don't, even if it's in our policy, I don't think that we make it mandatory. Is that?
Again, there
Yeah,
is an.
I think that would be an accurate statement, yeah.
Correct. We're not, I don't say to departments, you will get your performance evaluation to me. There is an ordinance that guides us in terms of performance evaluation. And again, I'll be happy to provide the percentage of departments and those performance evaluations that are done.
Yeah. And that was the thing. I just wanted to,
And just to your point though, Counselor, you know, you mentioned that with the military, you all are doing them. Again, it does make a big difference when pay is not tied to performance. I absolutely agree that performance evaluations, whether tied to pay or not, are valuable, and it's a valuable tool for managers and supervisors. It does make a difference in terms, though, when pay is not tied to it, in terms of the incentive to get it done. But I agree, I absolutely support it.
yeah, and I know when we started this pay plan, we chose the above and beyond option. We put in a lot of money to start it, and that was one of the concerns, was the maintenance part. If we start something, can we continue? And that's my question now, because I can't remember the exact amount of millions of dollars that we put in to start this pay plan, but it was a pretty penny. It was a big ticket item
Yeah.
when we did it.
And the above and beyond was primarily for public safety and
And the truck
and
drivers.
CDL drivers.
Yeah, CDL drivers. So, just looking at that, if we can look at this part and just see, like, put some numbers out there, not, you know,
Which part are you
as far as
speaking of?
the pay for performance. And then also just looking at multiple things, because you showed us options, and one of them, we've been talking about evaluations. One more. So you had career ladder incentives, of course, the longevity pay, degree incentives, but just looking, and we know that we do COLA because we had a 3% COLA this time, but looking to start where we can have a mandatory evaluation process.
Yeah,
Okay. Okay, so I hear you, and I agree. These are things that we want to look at. What I would recommend, because I do have a recommendation in terms of proceeding and how we get through maintaining our plan. What we're doing, one thing is very good in that if we do the cost of living adjustment, that's a huge one. So you know, and then this FY '26 budget is a 3% pay adjustment for employees that will be effective January 1. So I think that's good. That's a good thing that we're doing. I think the longevity pay is important because it's easy to manage. That's a real good one to do. The market study is another one. That's a huge one, I think, that we need to do. We implemented the plan in January of 2023, but we started on this a year or so prior. So in 2026, no later than 2027, we need to go back out to the market. You don't have to take all the jobs, 500 plus jobs. You don't have to take all of them out to the market, but particularly those jobs that are difficult to fill, like the police officer jobs, the sworn, take those back out to market. Those skills and trades positions, your plumbers, HVACs, take those out, those hard to fill positions, especially take those out to market. At least do that. Now, I think pay for performance is good. The city managers, all of these comes with a price tag associated with them. It's just whichever one you think you can afford and you want to go after. The pay for performance, I will tell you, is not easy. It's not an easy one. There was a reason it was discontinued in 2004, and there's a history behind it. So I'm not discouraging pay for performance. I'm just saying, let's study it before we decide that that's what we want to do.
Absolutely. The main goal is to get our evaluations up, because that's been a conversation, and citizens ask that question: do government employees get evaluated? The answer is yes and no. And you just said that.
Yes and no,
We
that's
just
correct.
made a comment that it's not mandatory. So if we can move towards a mandatory evaluation process, and we can see, I would say after we do that performance, operational, and risk assessment, we'll see what our strengths and weaknesses are, and then from there, implement that evaluation, because it'll give you those opportunities for change, and show you exactly where your weaknesses are, and it should give you a roadmap based on some of the gaps that we have in reference to this assessment that we're doing. So if we want to let that be a launch pad to going into the evaluation process, or we can do it before, but I do think that you'll be able to, one, have your expectations, listed, what you expect of the person, and you'll be able to give that feedback to the actual employee that these are my expectations, and then they'll know exactly what they are to do, what they should do. And I know that we have a lot of that online with their job description, but doing that one-on-one, and then that person signing and being held accountable to the actual expectations, and then you evaluate them on those expectations. So, but making it mandatory, this, not being across the board, it's almost like we kind of consistently being inconsistent. So have some consistency across all the departments, and everybody be accountable to doing the evaluations. But thank you for bringing this, because you turned it around real quick.
So, Mr. Mayor, are there any other questions on that?
No, sir.
So we're going to move on to the monthly finance update with Director Angelica Alexander.
again. So what you've received is the monthly finance snapshot as of April 2025. And this is just comparing April 2025 to April of 2024. Just starting out in the general fund is up 2.10%. The other local option sales tax fund is up 2.70%. The stormwater fund is up 4.60%. The stormwater fund, the paving fund, the community care fund, all are funds which are supported by property tax revenue. So the paving fund is up 5.94%. The community care fund, which is also known as the indigent care fund, is up 7.15%. The integrated waste fund is down 12.84%, but that is due to a transfer in from the general fund of $2.5 million. So there was $2.5 million transferred from the general fund to the integrated waste fund last fiscal year. That is not in this fiscal year. Otherwise, that fund would be up about 7.83%. The emergency telephone fund is showing to be up 30.28%. With this particular fund, this is just a timing issue, a timing of when the revenues were recorded. Up to April of last year, we had recorded and received about 7 months of revenue, and for this fiscal year, it's 8 months, so that's why it shows that sort of large differential. The Economic Development Authority Fund is up 4.13%. Again, that's a fund that's supported by property tax revenue. The Debt Service Fund is up 5.57%. This is largely due to transfer in to that fund for new debt service requirements, particularly for the Golden Park bonds. The Transportation Fund is down 3.03%. This is a timing issue as well as far as grant reimbursements and the revenue that we've received and recorded for that particular fund. The Trade Center Fund is up 0.57%. The Bull Creek Golf Course Fund up 1.53%. Oxbow Creek Golf Course Fund up 20.74%, and that is due to an increase in the golf operations as well as sale of merchandise at Oxbow Creek. The Civic Center Fund is up 2.42%. Moving down the snapshot to the other local option sales tax, public safety summary, we've recorded to date $27.2 million in revenues. We have in obligations just over $37.4 million. For the other local option sales tax infrastructure fund, we've recorded $11.8 million in revenue, and we have our obligations right at $14.5 million. Moving to the left side of the snapshot, you'll see the general fund expenditures by department. The goal at this point in time is to be at or greater than 16% in terms of budget to actuals. You see those departments highlighted in yellow there are those departments that are not at that goal. With the city attorney's litigation, that obviously is where we charge the claims and the city attorney expenses for defending claims and litigation costs. Moving down to the public defender's office, we do pay that monthly contract in advance, so that will always be off target just because of how that contract is set up and designed, and the payments in reference to the public defenders, the circuit-wide public defenders office. For the sheriff's department there on the watch list, the sheriff was here tonight and requesting additional appropriations. And the non-categorical, that is where we cover those transfers that we make to other departments. Some of those other expenses, such as the organizational risk assessment, those will be charged there as well. So a lot of transfers to either the capital improvement projects or other funds that does occur in our non-categorical departments. So that in a nutshell is the finance update, and I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Yes, ma'am. Counselor Anchor?
On the community care fund, is that just from the millage coming in? Is that just this year's? Isn't there, I thought that we had $32 million in the community care.
We do.
Okay, so
But
that's a
just,
separate, and that's not on here. This is just,
that's
thank you.
correct.
All right, I think that's it.
All right.
Oh, latecomer. Counselor Davis.
Madam Finance Director, just what kind of expectations for May and revenue would be coming in? Or what revenue would be coming in May?
Well, there isn't any revenues outside of what we normally receive and report. We receive and record, I guess I should say, revenues on a daily basis. Those are the various court fines, all of the charges for services that we provide, particularly for like Parks and Recreation. Some of the other services like our ambulance service that we run. We'll continue to receive additional funding from our tax commissioner's office in reference to some of the property tax collections that they're still making. It won't be anything that's voluminous, but we'll receive some in the month of May and June.
Are you anticipating any more revenue coming in? What, do we got a couple more days in the month?
I do anticipate that we'll receive and record revenue up through the end of the month for those
Daily
things that
revenue?
we collect on a daily basis.
Okay. Is there a reason why occupational taxes, excise, and all that was left out?
Well, I was actually trying to make some room on the snapshot here. It's not left out on the detailed report. I believe it was Councilor Tucker that wanted to segregate the public school and the private school zone revenues. I do anticipate, hopefully at some point this month, we'll start receiving revenues for the public school zone. So it was really just a spacing.
Okay, well, just make sure you add it on the revenue.
Sure.
It
I'll
should
put it
cover
back.
all revenue, so we don't get that document you're talking about.
Well, it is published online.
I don't have it.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
It's online.
The money coming in on the speeding fines, does that go into the general fund?
Yes, it is general fund revenue.
So that money can be used to deal with extra expenditures out of the sheriff's office.
So that money is dedicated. It is a general fund revenue, meaning that it is deposited into the general fund, but that money is dedicated in terms of the use. So the public school monies are dedicated to the police department, the Muskogee County Prison, the fire department, and then there is a portion of that revenue that will go to the school district when we receive it. For the private schools, that is dedicated to the sheriff's office for public safety purposes.
Has that money been given out?
He has expended some of the monies that have come into the general fund.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Counselor Tucker.
Yes, I know this will be at a future meeting, but we sent that press release out in reference to the property tax increase, update. Can we do like a brief explanation of that? I know we have to go through this every year. But is the millage increasing? Like, what's the increase? Just break it down, for the citizens, please.
Yes, so the total millage is remaining the same. For Urban Service District 1, I do believe that's 16.07 mills, 10.09 mills for Urban Service District 2, and 9.19 mills for Urban Service District 4. So the total millage is remaining the same. And the purpose of that press release is that we have to publish in the paper as well as on our website and putting out that press release when the city is intending to adopt a millage that is greater than the rollback rate millage. And so what state law requires is that the tax commissioner's office compute a millage rate to produce the same total amount of revenue from 2025's digest that 2024's digest produced. And so the city has the option to either roll back the millage to produce the same amount in total revenue, or if we don't anticipate that we're gonna roll back the millage rate to produce the exact same amount in revenue, we have to publish notice of property tax increase. And basically what that means is that we anticipate from the 2025 digest that we'll receive more in total revenue, not that the millage rate is changing, but just because of the growth in the digest due to reassessments, and properties are reassessed when there's a sale or if there's a significant improvement to the property. But when we anticipate that we'll receive more in total revenue this year than last year, we have to publish the notice.
Okay, so the key is the millage is not increasing.
Correct.
The reason why the increase in reference to this rollback millage rate is due to a reassessment of property.
Of properties.
value.
That's
Right.
correct.
So, and I know, I took the class at ACCG when I first got elected, but I'm saying because it was people putting things out there saying that the city is going up on your taxes again. So you want to stop that because messaging is important. Getting our message out is like the most important thing that we need to do. And we need to let the citizens know that, no, we did not raise the millage. And this increase is assessments. And if you have like 100% VA, you're not impacted because you don't pay property taxes. If you are in a freeze, what happens when you're in a freeze?
Nothing happens.
Okay, so those are the things that need to be communicated with the citizens, because the first thing that they saw is your tax increase.
Well, the language is very confusing, as you mentioned.
It's very confusing.
And that is language that we have to put in those press releases and those advertisements in accordance to state law. So I really wish they would clean it up. But, you know.
So clean up language for state law.
There you go.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Angelica, I noticed in the notice that's published in the paper, we talk about, I think it's in the 4th paragraph, it says urban service districts 1, 5, 6, 7. Are those TADs?
No, 5, 6, and 7 is the bid districts.
The BIB district?
Which are technically a part of 1, but from a taxation standpoint, because there is that additional millage that's assessed for the bids, bid 5, bid 6, and bid 7, we list those out separately.
Okay, just curious. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, that concludes my agenda.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Good evening. On the clerk's agenda, the first item we have is a resolution excusing Counselor Huff from the last meeting. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
There's a motion and a second to approve Counselor Huff from the last meeting. Any discussion on that item? All right, hearing none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Are there any opposed? All right, that's approved.
Next, we have the resignation of Jennifer Lamb from her seat on Bihar.
Is there a second? Motion second to receive the letter. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It's approved.
Item 3 is Dr. Forte's resignation from the Personnel Review Board.
All right, motion second to receive Dr. Forte's resignation. All in favor? Any opposed?
Minutes of various boards.
There's a motion and second to receive the minutes. That anyone would like discussed or edited? All right, hearing none, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? I want to state the departments or the commissions and committees that these minutes came in from in case the public was curious.
we have the 457 Deferred Compensation Board, the Board of Family and Children's Services, Board of Elections and Registration, Board of Tax Assessors, Board of Water Commissioners, Board of Zoning Appeals, the Hospital Authority, and the New Horizons Behavioral Health Board.
Thank you.
Next, we have board appointments. The first one are the mayor's appointments, and any nominations can be confirmed at this meeting. For the 457 Deferred Compensation Board, Mayor Henderson is renominating Mr. Horde. He can be confirmed.
Motion second to confirm Chief Horde. All in favor say aye. Any opposed?
Next, we have the Audit Committee. Mike Baker and John Redmond are both eligible to serve another term, and Mayor Henderson will be speaking with them. Then we have the Columbus Sports and Entertainment Authority. We have the seat of the CPA and the Corporate Employment Attorney and the Law Enforcement Representative. Mayor Henderson is nominating Robert Watkins for the attorney position. He can be confirmed.
Motion second to confirm. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? And I will mention that he is going to be resigning from the Civic Center Advisory Board, so he's moving on to the authority.
Yes, sir, and we'll be sending notification to him asking for that. Next, we have the Community Development Advisory Council. Mr. Mayor, there is a vacant position on that board.
And I have an individual I want to put, I need to check with the city attorney on that.
Okay.
If it's an employee of the government, can he serve on that board? It doesn't say here on what's listed, is it?
It's not a designated employee seat. So no, for that position, he couldn't.
Okay, well then I'll have to bring you another one.
Okay. Next, we have the Pension Fund Employees Board of Trustees. Mayor Henderson is renominating Mr. McCormick and Deputy Chief Graham. They both can be confirmed.
Motion second to confirm Mr. McCormick and Deputy Chief Graham. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, they're approved.
For the Retirees Health Benefits Committee, Mayor Henderson is renominating Christy Johnson. She can be confirmed.
Motion second to confirm Ms. Johnson. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? She's confirmed. And I'll bring you the yak.
Okay. And then for the Youth Advisory Council, Mr. Mayor will need your nominee for that. Next, we have the city manager's appointments. Any nominations may be confirmed at this meeting. For the 457 Deferred Compensation Board, City Manager Hughley is renominating Director Drill Short.
Motion second to confirm Ms. Short. All in favor say aye. Are there any opposed? She's approved.
Next, we have council appointments that are ready for confirmation. For the Columbus Sports and Entertainment Authority, we have Mr. Croup. Then we have Downtown Development Authority, Mr. Blanchard, Mr. Butler, and Mr. Douglas.
All right, there's a motion and a second for those confirmations. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Okay.
And that also included the Employee Benefits Committee positions as well. Next, we have council district seats. Any nominations may be confirmed at this meeting. For the Community Development Advisory Council, we have a vacant seat for District 1, and Councilor Huff is nominating Dr. Xavier McCaskey for District 3. He can be confirmed.
Motion second to confirm. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? They're confirmed.
Next, we have the Youth Advisory Council. Each district will need a nominee from your counselors, and those positions can be confirmed at the very next meeting. And Mayor Pro Tem is nominating Cruz Castellano from Aaron Cole Middle School, and they can be confirmed.
Motion second to confirm. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Confirmation.
Next, we have the Hospital Authority of Columbus, and 3 nominees are sent to the authority for selection. In the past, Counselor Thomas always submitted these nominees, and this time the Hospital Authority has made recommendations for 3 nominees for each one of these seats, and council can vote to send them for selection. Thank you, Counselor Huff. And Counselor Crabb, I have your second.
All right, motion and second to forward these on to the hospital authority. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Next, we have the Columbus Sports Entertainment Authority. I'm still trying to get in touch with someone from the River Center for their representative. Then we have council appointments. Any nominations will be listed for the next meeting. We have the 457 Deferred Compensation Board, and Rhonda Davis is interested in serving another term. Thank you, Counselor Crabbe. We'll bring her back at the next meeting for confirmation. Then for the Audit Committee, we have Michael Bruder. He is eligible to serve another term, but I have not heard back from him yet. And Counselor Tucker and Counselor Davis are both eligible to serve another term, if someone would like to nominate them.
All right, there's a motion and a second to approve. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
You want to nominate him, Counselor Davis?
All right, motion and a second.
This will actually be brought back.
Okay.
And then for the Board of Family and Children's Services, we have Chandler Patton, and they are interested in serving another term. If someone, thank you, Counselor Crabbe. We'll bring this back at the next meeting. For the Downtown Development Authority, we still need 2 more nominees to fill this authority. The Keep Columbus Beautiful Commission, we have the vacant seat of the Senatorial District 15 rep. And for New Horizons, Judge David Ranieri does not desire reappointment, so we'll need a nominee for that one. And then the Retirees Health Benefits Committee, Cheryl Tate, I have not gotten in touch with her yet, but she is eligible to serve another term. And Tom Barron is not eligible. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. We've got a couple of folks, I think, that wanted an extra 3 minutes. Sorry, hold on just a second. Counselor Crabbe?
Thank you. Ms. Clerk, can you just briefly give a description of the Downtown Development Authority and what they do and their requirements?
I can. Bear with me just a second. Thank you. Yeah.
Councilor Crabb wants Deputy City Manager Lisa Goodwin to announce something.
Okay, she's going to put it up on the screen so that we can see it. We do have a public hearing that's coming up on Thursday, May the 29th. And that is going to be here in this building, and it is going to be regarding the issuance of a permit for Pine Grove landfill. And that is a requirement in terms of the public hearing whenever we have a major modification or vertical expansion of our landfills. EPD, of course, requires that. We will have our engineer, our consultant here that will conduct that public hearing. And it's going to be here in this room in the council chambers, again, May the 29th at 5:30 p.m. in this room.
So does that mean that we're getting closer to the vertical expansion?
It does mean that.
And they've
We're getting
responded back
closer.
to us and everything?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
All right, Counselor Crabbe, for the Downtown Development Authority, they issue bonds to finance private industrial and business projects for the downtown area only. It consists of 8 members, and they shall be residents of Columbus, not less than 4 of which shall, in the judgment of the Columbus Council, either have or represent a party who has an economic interest in the redevelopment and revitalization of the downtown development area. They are 4-year terms. And resolution number 35583 and Georgia state law actually sets those terms. And we have a resolution on file that allows joint service on the Downtown Development Authority and the Development Authority, so they can serve on both of those. And also ordinance 11-23 removes the limitation of 2 full consecutive terms for this authority. Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay. All right, well, first we'll go with Mr. Marvin Broadwater Sr. And gentlemen, I pray that you will help us end on a positive note. You can, but I think Mr. Broadwater was before you in the, yeah, okay.
But you know, Mr. Mayor, you know that we cannot see the timer on this vote, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
If you'll,
You know how I feel about that.
I do. If you keep an eye on me, when you get to about 30 seconds, I'll give you the high sign. All right?
Is this on?
It is now. Oh. Hang on. You've got me all flummoxed. No, it's not your fault. Trust me, it's mine. Hang on. There we go.
Test one. Thank you. So let me say this. I am a proud member of my organization, Omega Psi Phi. If you've never, ever looked up Omega Psi Phi fraternity, look it up, and you'll see what we do. I got to admit, it hurt my heart to read that on page 53 of that 118 page. Has nothing to do with finance. My organization or my church or where I sit has nothing to do with finance. I think that the council needs to do a SWOT analysis. You all need to go to a room and do a SWOT analysis. Because I came to you all over a year ago, and I told you at that time the discombobulation that I see when I sat in that seat has now spread to the community. The community now is beginning to take sides with certain counselors, if they're wrong or they're right. That's putting us in a super dark place. And a citizen and I had a conversation, one talked to me when I went outside. He said, we're in a very dark place. And another citizen said, it's gonna get darker before it gets better, Marvin. You all have to think about that. We feed off of what you say and what you do. Citizens do that. And I just want to make sure that it's clear. One of my organizations was mentioned, but they didn't mention all of them. Let me give you a few. The first male to serve as vice president of your domestic violence roundtable, a life member of the VFW, and 2 American Legions, an active member with the 100 Black Men, a life member of the NAACP, and I'll continue to work with them. I mean, of all the awards I've ever received here in this town, of trying to be and do the right thing, that report just hurt me to my heart when I read it. But I'm not a weak man. That's probably gonna make me come to this meeting at 9 a.m. to wait on you all for a 5:30 meeting. I'm just being honest with you. Because somebody has to tell you when you're wrong. And you have to listen. If you don't listen, if you disagree with Marvin Broadwater Sr., you still need to listen and reevaluate yourselves. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Council.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Reverend Flakes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council persons and City Manager. I rise again, just ask one question. Do you agree? Do you embrace or not the ideology that was stated in this report? We need to hear from you. Not tomorrow. We need to hear from you tonight. Unless you agree with what was said by one of the council members, that's one of your colleagues that represents this council and this city. And I agree with Brother Broadwater. There are so many that not only in this city that are asking questions, but beyond this city, throughout the state. We have so much that's going on that's so positive. that we cannot allow disparaging types of ill statements that are made out of ignorance, that are made that may appear to be behind closed doors, statements that reflects one's culture, one's upbringing, and when it comes here and no one says anything to offer a different perspective as it relates to African Americans, as it relates to people of color, as it relates to people who may not agree or disagree. The one thing that I say, we can always disagree. We can agree to disagree. We don't have to go after each other. But many times when we come and speak truth to power, we're always the problem. We're always the one that's always trying to throw shade or trying to attack. It's called gaslighting. It's that those who basically may feel a certain way that may be wrong, and when it's called out, it's gaslighting. It's like the persons who call it out are the problems. So I just say, let us hear from you. What's your position regarding the ideology that you read? You read it, you know? So let us know what you think. Now, this is what I'm going to end with, Mayor, and I'll just issue an invitation.
20 seconds.
Each council person here tonight is invited to the IMA June 6th at 11 o'clock. June 6th at 11 o'clock. Let's come and talk to the preachers. Come and talk to the pastors. Come and share.
It's time, sir.
You're invited.
Thank you,
11
sir.
o'clock,
Thank you, Pastor.
June 6th at the 4th Street Missionary Baptist Church.
Thank you, Pastor. Councilor Hickey.
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Pastor Flakes, I just got one question before you leave. You said that we all can agree to disagree, and we don't have to attack one another. But you are the very pastor that referred to Councilwoman and myself because you disagreed with something that we did as in-house Negroes. So that came from you, a pastor. But now you come here being self-righteous and want to tell us about it's okay to agree to disagree. You want to change the narrative now that you got something that you can lay it on. But let me say something to you, sir, with all due respect. You have your right to say anything that you want to say, and I do agree. We do have the right to agree to disagree, but we never have to resort to name calling. And that's what you did to Councilwoman Tucker and myself, and there haven't been an apology or anything on your part. So if you're going to give the advice, listen to yourself and follow it. Thank you. I
Mr.
rest
Mayor,
with that,
can I
Mayor.
respond, please?
Our rules-
I've seen others respond, so I'm going to ask. If I can respond.
Don't allow, I'm sorry, Pastor. Our
Okay,
rules
if I
don't
can
allow.
respond, because he brought it up, and I
Well,
believe that I
He
need
has
to
to
have.
ask you a direct question.
Well, I want to respond to it because it's out of context.
I'll give you 5 seconds, 10 seconds to go
10
ahead and say
okay.
your answer.
Well, let me say this, Mr. Baron Hickey. I never call names. I never called your name, and I definitely did not call Toya Tucker's name. I stated, yes, and I don't back down, they're in-house Negroes. I did say that.
That's all,
However, I did not call any names.
Pastor,
Go back and ask the news reporters. But I was always told when guilty dogs, wait, hold
Pastor,
up.
Let him, gentlemen.
Now, I've been here, Mayor, and I've seen others who was given, particularly when it came to the animal situation. So I'm asking.
We can't have give and take and go back and forth,
No,
Pastor.
and I mean to
I
disrespect
get
you,
that.
Mayor.
That's our rules, and I gave you a little bit of time to
Yes, sir.
respond. I hope.
Go back and
hope
check
you'll
the tape.
understand.
Go
Thanks,
back and
sir.
check the tape, Mr. Hickey, because you've got your information.
Thank you,
That's
sir.
misrepresentation.
Thank
So
you,
God
sir.
bless you.
Thank you. All right, we've got we have one more. Oh, I'm sorry. let me get you reset. All right, if you start with your name again and you'll be good to go.
Mr. Mayor and
Yes.
this council, I ask that we move forward. I just saw my pastor escorted out of this building. Oh, okay, good, I didn't look back, thank you. That was Mr. Broadwater. And I could say that we're gonna have to figure out what it's gonna take to work together. Brother counselor, sister counselor, which you and I serve in other various organizations. Treat you with dignity and respect, and everyone here. I asked you to let me reintroduce myself earlier, and I did. And I asked, what can I do to help this city move forward? I want you to think about it for a while, and you can call me. You can get in touch with me if you would like, off the record. But let's lay all the weights aside and come together to move forward. Let's stay focused on the future, laying aside every weight that we so easily be beset by. I think it's Hebrews 12:1 give us the instructions that tell us that we should remove everything that hinder us. We all going to bed tonight. And if it's something on your heart that hinders you from doing right, you need to remove it. I'm talking about myself as well, so I won't let you do it by yourself. But I carry a heavy weight, especially when I'm called out of my name. It's okay though, because some of the things I think about people, it's not good either. But I repent, and I just ask God to help me, because I can't take excuses from people saying what region they are from, and they just shoot straight. Or even those that say that preachers come to intimidate. But I heard that, and it don't get under my skin so bad. But I just want us to work together. I don't hold a elected position. I sit here all night for free. I sit here because I love this city, and I care about you enough to stay 3 extra minutes after 5 hours of meetings. It's okay. What are we gonna do together? Election time is coming, and your evaluation will be held. Whether you do right now or do right later, it's gonna be held.
Thanks, sir. All right, I think that's all we had. Wanted to appear for another 3 minutes. We've been requested to go into executive session for,
Got real estate acquisition and disposal, potential litigation, and personnel.
okay. All right, there's a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? All right, we are in executive session. Executive session, we discussed real estate acquisition, and we also discussed potential litigation and personnel. Councilor Crabb.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make the motion to terminate City Manager Isaiah Hughley effective immediately. The pattern of sustained dysfunction and operational breakdowns within the departments Mr. Hughley oversees, including the criminal charges stemming from the investigations of the Finance Department and Animal Control, have led to the loss of confidence in his leadership. We need to restore stability in city operations. In accordance with Mr. Hughley's employment agreement with the city, the council agrees that the city manager will receive his regular salary plus benefits to be paid through his retirement date of December 31st, 2025.
All right, there's a motion. Is there a second? Second. All right, motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. All in favor, raise your right hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
All those opposed?
1, 2, 3.
All right, passes. Mr. Hughley, thank you for your unselfish service to the citizens of this community. Counselor Huff?
I told you when you walked back in, so man to man, publicly, I thank you, Mr. City Manager, for all that you've done. Thank you for your leadership and all that you've assisted me with, taught me, and helped me with for the last 15 years. So God bless. If there's anything I can do for you, please let me know.
Counselor Chambers?
Mr. City Manager, thank you for your service. You've been with the city a long time. You've served up under several mayors. Appreciate your leadership. Appreciate you taking my calls. So wish you the best. God bless you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Isaiah, we've known each other a long time. And we had our disagreements, we butted heads, but all in all, I think we've both been professional. And I appreciate all you've done for Columbus. And enjoyed working with you. I hate to see it end this way. But I appreciate you. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Hughley?
Mayor, and to the members of council who obviously continue to support, let me say thank you. Want to say thank you to my team. We've built an incredible team over the years. We've gotten a lot accomplished. We have transformed Columbus, Georgia. And I can't say thank you enough to you, Mr. Mayor. Our relationship has been great. And to the citizens of Columbus, I appreciate all of the supports and as I travel throughout the city. And, you know, I will make additional statements at a later time, but would say thank you for now. And, you know, there's more to come. You haven't seen the last of me. And so we're coming. And I'll just leave it at that. We're coming. But thank you.
All right. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All right, is there a second? Motion second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Dismissed.